Good morning and welcome to the 2017 Suzuki World Judo Championships here in Budapest. Today's Judo will start on all three mats with the under 90 kilo category, but we will also have two other categories today, being the females in the under 70 and the under 78 kilo categories. Good morning everybody and welcome to the 2017 Suzuki World Judo Championships here in Budapest, Hungary. This is mat 1, where you will be joined by Loretta Cusack-Doyle, who will be with you all day today with all the action in initially the under 90 kilo category, but also by the under 70 and under 78 kilo categories. The other commentators that will be available to you today will be Mr. Neil Adams, who will be commentating on mat 3, and Mr. Sheldon Franco Rooks, who will be commentating on mat 2. This is mat 1, and we will be starting with the under 90 kilo category, as will all the mats. We're approximately 40 minutes away from the start. And if you're watching right now, you can see all the mats there on the screen. Mat 1 is on the far left, mat 2 in the middle, mat 3 furthest away near the big screen. immediately in front of the big screen is the podium, where the winners of today's Suzuki World Judo Championships will be presented their medals by various important members of the community, the judo community. So good morning and welcome. We will be bringing you all the action on all three mats all day. We have commentators on all three mats. This is mat 1, where you will be joined by Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Mat 2, you will be joined by Mr. Neil Adams. Or should I say, actually, mat 2 will be Mr. Sheldon Franco Rooks, and on mat 3 is where Mr. Neil Adams will be commentating. All three mats will be starting with the under 90 kilo category, and it looks to be a promising and exciting day's worth of judo. So join us at 10 AM local time for the 2017 Suzuki World Judo Championships here in Budapest, Hungary.
Welcome to Budapest and to the 5th day of the 2017 Suzuki World Judo Championships. Budapest is actually two cities in one, with Buda and Pest laying either side of the river Duyum, with venue holding the most fantastic World Championships. Japan are leading with the medal tables and the rest of the world are chasing very hard. Another exciting day of judo with 3 weight categories being contested here today, with a chance all for gold. The medals in the weight categories are with the under 70s and under 78s for women, and the men's 90 kilos. And commentating on the mats, we have a mat number 3, we have Mr. Sheldon Rooks, and also mat number 2, Mr. Neil Adams, and myself, Loretta Cusack-Doyle, commentating here on mat number 1. So sit back and enjoy what will be another spectacular day of judo. We're now commencing here on mat number 1, 90 kilos, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina. Didic in the white, Sabarov representing Uzbekistan in the blue. Well, the Uzbekistan starting off very positive indeed, looking the stronger of the two in this first round here in the under 90 kilos. We have 71 competitors competing here today for the ultimate title of world champion. And like I said, World Championships here held in Budapest. It's a fantastic arena and what a beautiful city. Well, here we have the second Shido being awarded, but this time to Uzbekistan with 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. As you always expect in the first rounds, these athletes slightly apprehensive, and you never know really how your day's going to go until you've had your first contest out of the way. A lovely Kosota Gak attempt there. Well, it's a real battle now, starting the acceleration into this contest. Both stepping up a little bit harder in their attacks. Strong attacks there for the Bosnian Herzegovina as he drops in for that Sianagi. A little bit apprehensive down there in the Niwaza. Slightly threatened from the Uzbekistan. Didic, University Games silver medalist, 23 years of age. The attempts there, the Osotagari, piling on the pressure all the time, getting in first with the attacks. Zabarov there trying to stay very lively and light on his feet as he throws that arm, but leaves himself on the back foot. Weight going in the wrong direction, and Didic there just capitalising that, stumbling, using the ashiwazas. His opponent onto again that Osotagari. We're looking for that Sianagi as well. It's a nice combination of attacks, but Sabarov there just taking the second Shido with 47 seconds remaining in this contest. Uzbek dropping under his opponent. The Kosoda at the back, as you can see, working the feet, trying to create an opportunity. Uzbek looking for that closeness, got the Kosoda and an attack there that's so close to scoring. With 20 seconds remaining in this contest, well, the Uzbek is starting to pile the pressure on now. And so he should really, with the two Shidos already, one more would result in a hand sokomaki. Cannot afford to make any mistakes with seconds remaining in the contest. Will be, which it looks like now, it will go to the golden score. So there the coach giving some advice there in the break. And as we know, coaches can't give any instruction while contesting is in play. So it's only during the mate situation or that pause between the contest and into golden score can any exchange of words from the coaches to their athletes can be given. So here we have some very strong gripping coming from the Uzbek as he controls that sleeve quite nicely. A couple of attacks there from Bosnia-Herzegovina as he drops, but this time leaving himself very vulnerable there for the counter. Sabirov trying to draw his opponent over the top, and a bit of a shake of the head of frustration there. So the Uzbek gets that Wazari that he was looking for and hunting throughout this contest, but it was in a very difficult situation and the build-up in the contest with the two Shidos that he picked up at the early stage of the contest. So care system just looking just to check that that was a score, and yes it was. That takes him and the win into the second round of the men's under 90 kilos. And here we have the highlights of that very throw. The drop and the counter as Zabirov steps right over the back of his opponent, drawing his opponent onto his side for the Wazari score. And there from a different angle, showing that very same throw. And now coming representing Belarus, Vapareo in the white, Ife Miguel of Turkey in the blue. Turkey in the blue, Belarus in white, the first round of the under 90 kilos. Vapareo representing Belarus. This year European Open in Minsk was gold medalist, and the African Open a 5th place. Back in 2016, the European Championships under 23 picked up the silver. 20 years of age this young man is, making his debut here in the Senior World Championships. Efe Miguel representing Turkey, 24, 4 years senior to his opponent back in 2009. In the Cadet World Championships was bronze medalist here actually in Budapest. So a very familiar place for him. He'll be very comfortable in fighting a World Championships in this very same city. His build-up this year was a 4th place, was in the 4th Islamic Games. He picked up bronze medal. Well, a real battle is going on between these two athletes. Lovely drop there. Just didn't have that completion to give him the success of a score, but nevertheless, a lot of pressure piled on his opponent with 2 minutes remaining in this contest. These athletes battling away for a place in the second round. And their sights set on a medal here at this World Championships. Well, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in this contest. And a lovely reaction there, anticipated. Efi Miguel's reaction there as he attacked, he countered him, planted him directly onto his back. Pure upper body control and excellent anticipation. And the win goes to Belarus, who goes into the next round of the under 90 kilos. And there's the highlights of that contest and that very throw that won the match for the Belarus. Nicely controlled, planting his opponent flat on his back. Now representing Kazakhstan in the white, Bektusanov, and representing the Philippines, we have Kohagaru in the blue. Well, white now comfortably rotating his opponent in with the Sangaku, following it through into an excellent hold there, securing quite comfortably and effortlessly into the Osakomi as the time ticks away. Kohagaru really hasn't much to offer from there, looking very uncomfortable, and sadly his debut in this World Championships is over for the Philippines. And there's the highlights of that very contest. Some nice little bit of niwaza there. As you can see, wrapping up his opponent, hooks into that leg to isolate the lower part of his opponent's body from moving. And looks very comfortable, not even a break of sweat there.
The next contest, category 1, first round for men under 90 kilo. In white for Belarus, in blue for Slovakia, Judo.
Well, representing Nura in the white, we have Rira, and representing Slovak, Zilka in the blue. Well, both these athletes sizing each other up here. Yuira looking a little bit apprehensive. Slight height disadvantage there, as you could see. Azilka using his feet to try and break his opponent's balance up, has an excellent right high collar and comes steps across, planting his opponent directly on his back.
Winner on 73 from Azerbaijan, Elimination. Next fight on 73, the first round for women on 78 kilograms.
So a lovely attack, and what a swift finish in this contest. That right hand, Harai steps right across, nicely controlled, finishing for Ippon. Once more, each time we see that, it just gets better. And now we have Gelion representing Italy in the white, representing Korea in blue is Park. This is the under 78 kilo division for women, first round. Gelion there, as you can see him, extreme gripping style, drawing her arm across her opponent's body as she now works her way down into the Niwaza. A real battle going on between these two young ladies, both trying to dominate with the grip. Gelion a little bit more forceful in this contest. She throws that arm over the top. Her opponent drops to the ground, and now she tries to capitalize in that groundwork, as you can see, trying to look there for the Sangaku turn. Park remaining very tight down there in the groundwork. Well, a real battle here. Neither athlete got a score right now with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining in the contest. Park desperately trying to get that right hand over the top here of her opponent's left side, but opts to go to the right. Well, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this contest. Gelion desperately defending those hands that are coming over the top from Park. Trying to control the sleeves. There you can see that right hand creeping up there onto the top of the collar, as she's got a good strong sleeve grip. But first Shido now awarded to the Italian. And with just under a minute remaining in this contest, Park looking to be the more dominant here in this last minute and a half in the contest. As she holds that sleeve, she's controlling quite nicely, and the right hand high on the collar, making her opponent look quite passive there, as you can see. Gallion did so well in the opening couple of minutes in this contest, and now the roles have been reversed, and Park is starting to look the more dominant and one that's pushing that little bit harder in this contest. Well, we're now going into golden score. No score, Shido a piece each. I know Chigari there from Gallion, but it was after the contest. So Gallion starting to press forward, but as you can see, Park with that arm over the top, drawing the Italian down into the Niwaza. Looks very, very strong out there as she works her way into the Niwaza with the Sangaku turn. Once more, the Korean throws that right hand high on the collar, controlling quite nicely. The Osotogari there into the Makakomi from the Italian, presses and tries to rotate her opponent onto their back. Too long of a pause for it to count as a score, but nevertheless a good attack. And the Korean there, more or less saying throw that arm over the top, as she's always been able to do. Hook in for the Ouchigari. But the Italian is there playing that waiting game. Breaks the balance of the Korean, takes her down into the Niwaza, and the Osakomi is on. As the clock ticks away nicely, as the submission, but it's all over. You have the Wazari, and the win goes to Gallion of Italy and takes her into the next round of the under 78 kilo division. .31 athletes in this under 78 category. And Gallion will compete against the #1 seed, Stenhus, a little bit later on for a place in the next round, the third round. And there's the highlights of that contest. Nicely executed, well anticipated as she blocks, rotates, and then starts to roll over onto her opponent to secure the Osakomi.
Next final 10-3, first round for women under 78 kg. In white for Japan, Sato Hoika. And in blue for Ukraine, Anastasia Kuchkin. First round for women under 78 kg, round 1. In white for the Netherlands, 2015 European Games champion and former world champion,
So now we have Verkerk representing the Netherlands in the white. Amangeldieva representing Kazakhstan in the blue. Well, the Dutch girl dropping down with the Sianagi now, following it through, looking for that opportunity in the Niwaza. Still persevering down there in the ground, trying to draw that arm out. The Kazakhstan working her way out of what was a very tricky start to this contest. The Dutch girl controlling this contest very nicely indeed, looking very strong and very determined out there as she tries to turn on her opponent. She's got that very strong lapel, left hand on her opponent's right lapel, controlling the left sleeve and working from a very controlling grip. There was the Ippon Sianagi, the Ashiwaza follows, and again they have some Ippon Sianagi once more, following through, scoring Ippon. Well, it's a great start. For Holland, who goes through to the next round of the women's under 78 kilo category. So Verkerk goes through to the next round quite convincingly. And she'll be up against the winner of the next round that's coming up very shortly. And there's the highlights of that previous match. Ashiwaza's Sianagi and a finish there. The Ippon Sianagi continues to pile the pressure on and once more verts back into the Sianagi once more for the Ippon. So a nice combination, great perseverance. So now we have Paca of Poland in the white, Leon of Venezuela in the blue. The winner of this match will meet Verkerk with the Netherlands a little bit later on. A nice roll there. Poland always seem to be very talented in the Niwaza as she's working away there, looking for an opportunity, trying to tie up those legs to avoid any blocking of that roll. The Venezuelan looking very powerful down there, but The roll is coming. She's caught the lapel. The arm is over the head and under, and now secures the osakumi. And the clock just ticks away, and Leon of Venezuela finding extremely difficult to even breathe, not alone move in this situation. Sopakat of Poland goes through to the next round, where she'll meet Verker of the Netherlands a little bit later. So here's the highlights of that win. A sigh of relief from the osakumi, the Tatishio Katami. There it all started, persevering with that rotation, legs over the top, controlling that right-sided sleeve and shoulder, pinning her opponent. And here we have representing Hungary, Erdeli Ju in the white, Ramirez representing Portugal in the blue. Well, a start of a battle here, which you would anticipate between both these athletes. Quite feisty wee characters when they get on a mat. Both very lovely ladies off the mat, but this is where it's all business. And both these know how to battle away on a contest. Erdeli Ju there trying to engage in her opponent. Well, it is a battle on who can get in there first. Ju there controlling quite nicely, draws her opponent Ramirez to her knees. Ramirez tries to throw that arm over, totally blocked by the Hungarian, and powers her down once again to the Niwaza. Very strong, powerful Hungarian. Erdeli Ju, well, we'll all know Erdeli Ju as just Abigail Ju, who's always had a very impressive track record in competition. 27 years of age, a 7th place in the Olympic Games for Hungary, one of the top favourites here in this competition here for Hungary. All hope set on this young lady delivering a medal here in Hungary and in the city of Budapest as she battles away against Ramirez of Portugal, who's starting to back off slightly under a little bit of pressure there. Abigail Won a lead up to this World Championships. A bronze medal in Oberwart and in the European Open and the Grand Slam in Baku. Took the bronze medal, and there we have it. A Wazari for Zhu, to the delight of the crowd, with 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in the contest. Well, there's not the most spectacular of techniques. The upper body control wasn't as strong as we'd hope, and Zhu has a wonderful uchimata that we've seen so many times to our delight. Just doesn't seem to be able to get those arms over the top and control as much as she would like. So it tends to get the legs in first and then hope for the best. But it's that hoping of the best has given her a Wazari right now and a lead with a minute to go. Ramirez now really has to try and step it up into the next level, piling on the pressure. She has picked up 2 Shidos. Zhu just picking up her first Shido. As she holds on quite nicely there, controlling her into the Niwaza. Ramirez looking totally frustrated out there as she tries to chase and stay into this contest with just under half a minute remaining. Ardeli Zhu stays composed, controlling her opponent, keeping those hands at bay and maintaining that comfortable lead of the Wazari that we've seen in the last previous minute. Well, we're seconds remaining in this contest. For the delight of this crowd in Hungary, Zhu will go through to the next round of the under 78 kilo category. Well, as the referee asks both athletes to tidy themselves up a little bit. With only 2 seconds to go. Ramirez knows that her debut in this World Championships is over, and there she has the third and final Shido for grabbing the leg at that last final stage of the contest and receives the hand sokumaki. Ardeli Zhu, to the crowd's delight, goes through to the second round at the under 78 kilos, and this crowd is deafening with that joy. Well, there is a lot of pressure on this young lady to bring home the medal here for Budapest. And there we have the highlights of that very contest that brings her into the next stage and that little bit closer to a medal. Well, a lovely finish there, the Wazari and the winning score. Now representing Cuba in the white, Otonomashi, and she will be up against Kuala of Argentina for Algeria in the blue. So Cuba white, Algeria in the blue. As we know, the Cubans are very, very strong athletes, always well prepared when it comes to a World Championships, and have had a lot of international, world and Olympic success over the years for their women in Cuba. Voila, they're looking a little bit apprehensive as she works the edge of that mat. It's taken second best on the actual grips at this moment. Totally intimidated by the Cuban, but both receive the first Shido in this contest. Cuban not fazed by that Shido. Flurry of energy as she advances on to the Algerian. Algerian throws that right hand over the top, quite an aggressive move as she works her way looking for the Niwaza. Voila there with that arm over the top, but the Ashiwaza there with the Cuban. Picks up the first Wazari and now follows through into the Niwaza. Now the winner of this match will meet you from Hungary. But there's that throw that we've seen earlier on that gave Cuba the Wazari, and that lead with 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. Well, a bit of a battle here going to trying to maintain a very strong grip. Neither one of them are successful, but what we do have is the Cuban with very skillful feet. As lovely as she was, as we've seen a little bit of a glimmer of earlier on in this contest, and that always makes a judoka very dangerous indeed if she's got good footwork. Throws that left hand over around the back, attacks from the rear, working her way into the Niwaza, piling the pressure on the Algerian. Voila, there's got a head knocked down, and there we said the feet worked again for the Cuban. And Tonomashi there piling the pressure once more in the ground. She has two Wazaris now on the board, both from very skillful footwork. And now looks to be securing the Osakomi. Well, the lower part of the body is twisted. I know you'd imagine from this angle that there wasn't an Osakomi, but the shoulders are pinned to the ground, back firmly on the tatami, and the Osakomi has been called. So as the seconds tick away, and Tomashi goes through to the next round of the 78 kilo category, and she'll be up against Zhu of Hungary. And that was a very convincing win there for Cuba. And here is the highlights of that match. Well, the Algerian had very strong upper body control, but did leave herself very vulnerable for the counters. She's got her head caught up there. Again, the Ashiwaza swept the feet from under her opponent, worked her way in the Niwaza, turned her over and secured that Osakomi. So now we have Umeki and Mami representing Japan. World champion for Japan. (22 years of age). And an amazing list of results already under her belt from World Champion to and Seniors, Juniors. Tokyo Grand Slam, took a bronze medal, and Düsseldorf this year won the Grand Prix, along with the Grand Slam in Russia. So her build-up to this World Championships has been very successful indeed. Soares of Brazil. The contender here in this first round has got a very tall order to get through into the second round. But as we've seen so many times here in the past few days, some of the top outstanding performers have gone out in the earlier stages of this competition.
Winner on 10-3 from Korea, Young Hee-jin. Next fight on 10-3, the first round for women on the 70 kilogram.
Soares there, as you can see, getting her head caught up, and Umeki there working her way around in the Niwaza, trying to get past those legs. The Brazilian does well to defend. Umeki, as you can see, with that left hand high over onto the shoulder, controlling very nicely as she draws the head of the Brazilians down, controlling quite nicely, in fact, to the point that the gi's just been taken off. Well, obviously a right moment for the Brazilian. Got her out of a lot of trouble there, as you could see. Umeki was building up to what looked to be a very big entry. Samantha Soares, 24 years of age. Fought in the World Junior Championships final in 2013, national champion in 2015, and the build-up here to this World Championships. Won the Pan American Open in Lima this year, but really is struggling against the very strong athlete from Japan. World champion Umeki here, working extremely hard, staying very much in control of this contest. Into the Makikomi, scoring a Wazari. Could have almost been Ippon, as she now secures the Osukumi. Well, the clock ticks away there, and up to the 20 seconds for the Ippon. And it doesn't look like the Brazilian is going anywhere at this moment. Once more, another very convincing win for Umeki of Japan. Well, it was always going to be a very difficult one for the Brazilian, and A lot of disappointment there. There's a long way to come, but the strongest on paper, Yumeki, another step closer to another world title. And here's the highlights of that. Arai Mekukomi following through to secure the ippon with the osakomi. Throws that leg right across, very powerful, switches it to the Mekukomi, controls very comfortably down. Following her opponent taking around the opposite side to change the direction and pin her opponent. So now we have, representing Cameroon, Nipang Nijapa in the white and Huzhen representing China in the blue. Huzhen here, China in the blue there. Very strong grip there with the right hand on the collar. In fact, both hands very close to the top part of the gi as she hooks in for the uchimata, follows through into the niwaza, scores a wazari. He has a great start in the first 30 seconds of this contest. There you have it, the elbow left up a little bit high. Didn't have the same amount of power generating for a better finish, but still a wazari that puts a lot of pressure on this young lady from Cameroon. He controlling quite comfortably with that left hand on the lapel. Draws her opponent down into the niwaza, now starts looking for an opportunity down there. Well, the Cameroon is doing extremely well, really trying to battle her way through this contest. A desperate attempt here, and there leaves herself wide open for the counter. She hooks into what looked to be the hip throw, switching it to the ouchigari, but he just bided her time, waited for that ultimate moment where the Cameroon tried to step back out of where she felt there was a lot of pressure, and she was caught cold on the counter. So once more, another convincing win in this first round. And here we'll have some of the highlights of that contest. Well, for here the next battle will be, and here we have the Mekukomi. The uchimata following through, driving off the mat area there, and there was the mistake, the kosota as a counter for the uchimata attempt of the Cameroon. Lovely counter attack, and he will be up against a very challenging match in the next round, and that will be Yumeki representing Japan. Now we have the men's under 90 kilos. Blondal representing Iceland. And we have representing Poland, Kushera in the blue. Blondal in white, Kushera in the blue. This is the second round of the under 90 kilo category for men. Blondal there with the hip throw, trying desperately to come through, was blocked by Kuchera. Poland with the right hand on that lapel, controlling the sleeve, looking a little bit defensive out there, really hasn't put any attacks in as yet, but that hand right over the back looks very threatening indeed as he hooks in with the Uchimata, follows through, almost a score there. Kuchera doing extremely well on that last attack. Blondal throwing that arm but left himself wide open for the Uchimata. And there is a score for Poland with 1 minute and 44 seconds remaining in the contest. Well, the battle carries on, and Blondal coming around the core of his opponent in a desperate attempt to get back into this contest. Finds himself now on the receiving end of Niwaza. Kuchera now looking to get that leg out, and we know he's very skillful in the Niwaza. Ties up the upper part of the body very nicely indeed, but now can he get that leverage to be able to get the leg out, and he does so, and the Osop Komi is now called. Blondal desperately trying to maneuver his way out of the Niwaza, but as you can see in this angle, very tightly executed from Kuchera. So Poland goes through to the next round. Well, there is the hooking in, the hopping through, nicely controlled, following through into the Niwaza. And here we have the tying up of the upper part of the body, which is vital in this sort of situation that most athletes tend to forget, and a lot of effort goes in to have no result at the end, but Kuchera does extremely well to secure that hold. Aroroy of Peru in the whites now, and representing Azerbaijan, Savguliev in the blue. This is the second round of the men's under 90 kilos. Well, Safguliev there trying to desperately get that arm over the top. Shido goes to Peru, second one now. He's accumulating these very quickly indeed. One more would result in a Hansokimaki, and we're only into the first minute of this contest. Safguliev takes again once more that left hand on the lapel, piling on the pressure, very strong grip indeed, and it could be that both these athletes pick up a Shido. And once more, the third and final Shido is awarded in a Hansokimaki for Peru. Safguliev, without really having to do very much in this contest, takes himself through into the third round. So coming up very shortly, we have representing Great Britain, Max Stewart in the white gi, and representing Uzbekistan in the blue, Zabarov. And here we have the next match, Stewart in white, Zabarov in the blue. The second round of the under 90 kilos.
Second round for under 90 kilo, W1. In white for Great Britain, Max Stewart. In blue for Uzbekistan, Safguliev.
Well, so Max there with a very comfortable, controlling right lapel. As it works there in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity. Zabarov has had one match previous to this, where he beat the Bosnian-Herzegovina, quite a convincing win to take him into this second round. But Stewart is his first out in the tournament. Well, 3 minutes left in this contest. Neither one of these athletes looking any closer to going through to the next round. It's a very tight match, and there we have a nice grip there from Zabarov as he comes round the back, drawing his opponent down into the ground. Well, it is a battle of controlling here. Neither one of them wants to make that sort of ultimate sacrifice of engaging into an attack. Quite surprised that we haven't actually seen a Shido as yet from either one of these. Max there with the right hand controlling, attempts the Sianagi just as Mate is called, but a little bit too late. Both now picks up the Shido, which was a little bit long in coming. Max once more with that right hand on the lapel. Gets his arm tied up a little bit there as Zabarov comes under, twists under his opponent to try and get that roll. Coach there is his father, Dennis Stewart, an Olympic bronze medalist in his own right. And Max following in the footsteps of his father. So once more, Stewart with that right hand on the lapel, comes in for the Sianagi. One more attack than his opponent from Uzbekistan, Zabarov. Well anticipated, well. Sabarov waited, and as Stewart came in for the Sianagi, we've seen a couple of times, and that waiting game paid off, but only to Owazari. It's been downgraded. We did call the upon, but after care system looked, has brought that down to Owazari, so Stewart still has an opportunity to stay in this competition, an opportunity to get into the next round. He's got a very strong grip there, but he comes round the back, which means Sabarov comes underneath with the Sianagi, follows through. He has now the advantage of having a score on the board with just over half a minute remaining in the contest. So something special has to come from Stewart. There's the Kosota from Sabarov once more. Another strong attack against this young man from Great Britain. Well, 22 seconds. Can Stewart come back with something special here? He has to give it all now. Nothing to lose. As he battles away here against the Uzbek, and the time runs out. So sadly for Stewart, a swift exit out of the World Championships for this young man, but for Sabarov, another step closer to the medals of the World Championships here in Budapest. Well, Sabarov takes that win, and we're coming up now with the highlights of that win and what took him into. There was it. Stewart came in with the Sianagi. Wasn't a strong attack. Sabarov was waiting for it. There's the Kosota climbing on top of Stewart to claim the second score. So now coming up onto mat number 1, we have Gantulag of Mongolia in the white. And we have representing Belarus, Varapayu in the blue. Mongolia white, Belarus in the blue. This is the second round of the 90 kilos. And Belarus comes in with the Sianagi, drops under his opponent, edges his way on top of the Mongolian. So a good start, a positive start for the Belarusian in this second round. Sutemi was her attempt. Once again, another good attack. Gantulga really hasn't stepped up yet, but it has now a left-hand high collar grip, which controlling very nicely as he draws his opponent's head down and towards him. Varapeu piling in the attacks. A Kosota knocking the balance of the Mongolian, following it through into the ground. Trying to pick up there, as you can see, an opportunity, but the Mongolian looking very strong. Gantulga once more, strong grips and attempts what looked to be an Osota off the side. Didn't get as much reach. 22 years of age. Lovely as she was there, opening up, creating an opportunity for himself. Took the Belarusian off by surprise. Well, as you can see, a very nice controlling grip. Needs to follow it through with something as he presses Varapeo down onto his knees. With 2 minutes remaining in this contest. Strong, strong grip here from the Mongolian, controlling the actual pace, but the attacks are coming from Belarus. This year, the build-up for Gantulaga, Mongolia, the Grand Prix in Hoyhut, picked up the bronze medal, won the Grand Prix in Antalya, and also 7th place in Tbilisi. So he's had a good, strong build-up and preparation for this World Championships with 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in the contest. Gantulga looks the more positive and looks obviously very, very strong. That left high collar grip there, drawing his opponent, making the Belarusian look. Oh, yes, what a lovely attack there, scoring a Wazari. It was so quick, but it did look like the Uchimata. Might have been the Harai, but from that angle, the Uchimata for a Wazari. That left hand high again over the collar. The left leg hovering around there, looking for the Uchimata. Switches the grip, but goes back now over to the back. Again, where he controls Varapeo quite nicely. With just over half a minute remaining, a Wazari still is the only lead in this contest. And that goes to Mongolia. Again, that high left-handed grip that's causing the Belarusians so many problems as he draws his opponent's head down, trying to create an opportunity, the Sutemi Waza. Mongolian looking a little bit in trouble here as Belarusian is trying to go for the hold down. Seconds to go, and the hold down is looking closer and closer, but only managed to secure the lower part of the body and not the upper part for that Osakomi. But Gantulga takes himself into the third round with that superb attack that we saw earlier on. And the win goes to Mongolia. And let's recap on how Mongolia goes through to the next round. That high left-hand collar, big harai. Switches from one direction. Oh, well, it looked to be the harai, but eventually the leg went through the middle. Just clipped the inner side of the leg. A superb finish to what's been a dominant match for the Mongolian. Now we've got coming up very shortly, representing Senegal, Dawara in the white, Grossklaus representing Switzerland in the blue. Well, the first Judo now being awarded to Senegal, Dewara. 38 years of age, this young man from Senegal. Dewara in the African Games in 2011, 5th place. The best result was at Port Elizabeth in 2005, where he picked up a silver medal in the African Championships. Makes his debut here at 38 years of age against Klaus of Switzerland. Well, Klaus there, struggling a little bit of the strength of this man from Senegal, Dewara. Desperately trying to settle into the contest, 26 years of age, 12 years junior to his opponent. Cyril Klaus took a bronze medal in 2016 in the Grand Prix in Havana. And Dewara picks up the second Judo now. That puts a lot of pressure on this young man. One of the best results for Cyril Klaus was the IJF World Masters back in 2016, where he picked up a 7th place. Same year, 5th in Baku Grand Slam and Grand Slam Paris, a 5th place. So he's been always close to the medals in the top tournaments of the world, but really is battling against a mature athlete here from Senegal. Dewara, not only the physical maturity, but here we go, the first major attack here we've seen, and a score of a Wazari with 48 seconds remaining in the contest. Well, Klaus will be quite relieved to get at least the score on the board. Dewara with 2 Judos. One more would result in the hand sokumaki. Starting to look very tired out there. Battling away against a young man 12 years junior to him. Klaus now starting to outgrip and control his opponent a lot better than what he did in the first opening minutes of the contest. But the seconds are ticking away, 15 precisely. And the third and final Judo is awarded to Senegal, and a hand sokumaki, which takes Dewara out of the tournament. Klaus goes through to the third round of the 90 kilos. Well, a sigh of relief there, as you can see, and it's written all over his face that that wasn't an easy match. It was very physical, but at the end of the day, the Ipon Seoinage there was waiting for him. Double-sided Seoinage controlled to the end to score that Wazari. That took a little bit of pressure off right at the end of that contest.
Second round for men under 90 kilo, the top one. In white for the People's Republic of China, one way. In blue for Germany, David.
So now coming up, we have representing China, Wang in the white gi, Techit representing Germany in the blue. Well, the Germans will be on a bit of a high with the gold medal they achieved yesterday in the 81s. And here, Wang trying to control the pace of this contest, but you see the German with that left hand right over the top, taking the shoulder of his opponent, drawing him down, was very effective. But Wang comes in with the Seoinage, countered there very nicely from the German. Very close to scoring. And with 2 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in the contest. As was said earlier on, the gold medal went to the 81 Vichacek. An outstanding performance for someone who was seeded 134 in the world ranking, came through to defeat some very outstanding performers and world-class athletes. So teammates here will be silently confident on the possibility to repeat that here for Germany once more. Wang there with the drop Seoinage once more. That's the second strong attack that we've seen, using exactly the same technique. Take it there with the attacks. The Uchimata follows through into the Niwaza, looking to create something down there in the ground. Wang looking very strong and defensive. Well, Germany leading with that Wazari. And now working his way into the Osakomi to secure the hold and hopefully the win through to the next round. Well, the seconds are ticking away. And there doesn't seem to be much life there from Wang, who sadly goes out of the competition in the second round.
Next fight on 73. The second round for another 90 kilograms. White for Spain, and in blue for Argentina, Thomas Spiekerman.
Well, tidying the athletes up and presenting the winner. And that winner is Tekik. Well, Tekik there, as you can see, following his teammate's success, takes him in to the next round of the 90 kilo division.
Second round for being under 90 kilo, tatami 1. In white for Mexico, Vito Ochoa. In blue for Jordan, Eyal Salman Hamad.
And there's the highlights of there. The Osakumi securely seals his place into the next round. There we have Ochoa representing Mexico in the white gi, and representing Georgia is in the blue gi is Hamad. Hamad in the blue, Ochoa in the white. Hamad now looking to create something in the Niwaza as he draws onto one side of his opponent, taking that lapel, but Mexican very strong and defensive down there. Hamad has a very good controlling grip there, but attempts forward attack and leaves himself very vulnerable as is countered by the Mexican scorer Wazari. So a nice lead there for Ochoa of Mexico, with 3 minutes still remaining in this contest. Hamad there, a height advantage, as you can see, that right hand higher onto the collar. Looks quite controlling, but is not following it through with an attack. And the referee will give a Shido for that, for being very passive out there. And there you have it, one Shido against the athlete from Jordan. Victor Ochoa, 18 years of age, this young man is, making his debut here in the Senior World Championships. This year in the Pan American Championships in Panama, picked up a bronze medal. Along with the under-21 Pan American Championships, a 5th place. And last year competed in the under-81. So it's a move up for this young man of 18 years of age. Hamad picks up the 2nd Shido now, piling a little bit more extra pressure on himself as we're leading into the last 2 minutes of this contest.
Winner on 73 for
Well, Hamad there trying to desperately stay strong in the Niwaza as his Mexican opponent is trying to turn him over there. He's got that arm, he's trying to go for the roll, as well as trying to draw that arm out for the juji. He needs to go for the leg furthest away to get that swing right across, but Hamad just that little bit too strong and very defensive down in the ground that helped him along the way. Well, Hamad there now starting to change the pace in this contest in the last minute. Knows that he really has to start coming back if he wants to go through to the next round. He's got a very strong right hand grip there, as you see over the top, but doesn't seem to follow through. He hooks in, he's got the advantage of the long arms and long legs, so but it's not really using that to his advantage at this moment. There was a glimmer of the Ouchigari, but there is the Sianagi move, and down he goes for the second Wazari, putting Mexico in a much better lead. So a very convincing win there for Ochoa of Mexico in the white. And there we have it. And let's see if we can go to some of the highlights of that contest. Well, he looks very comfortable as he approaches the mat. Very focused. And there we have the first one, a lovely counter, well anticipated for the first attack from Hamed. Now he drops underneath, again controlling, rotating, following through the pattern of his opponent's body to then secure the second Wazari. Well, now we have representing Russia, Kalmuziev in the white, and representing Gambia in the blue. Kibikai. Well, Kalmuziev there, very strong athlete, controlling, trying to calm down this athlete from Gambia, who's had a very erratic start, very fast pace as he approaches, very physical indeed, and just loses his foot in there. So keen, so determined to keep into this contest. Well, an attempt there from the Gambian in the Sutemi was to draw his opponent down to the ground. Well, you've got to give him 10 out of 10 for enthusiasm there, as he really is giving it so much. Another drop there from the Gabon. So Gabon, representing Gabon, we don't expect too much competition experience, but he's really making up for it as far as all the excitement out here and the opportunity of competing at the World Championships. He's given 110% out there. Kalmuziev there really just trying to settle down this athlete from Gabon. Well, a lot of heart and determination has come out of Kibigai. And totally frustrating the life out of the Russian, who's really not been able to settle in at all. But it could be possibly we're looking at the third and final Shido, which would result in the hand Sokumaki. Well, there we have it, but Kalmuziev goes through to the next round. And for the athlete from Gabon, what an excellent round and a good account of himself in this opening of the World Championships. And a lot to learn and experience gained to continue with his career in judo. So now we have coming up very shortly, we have representing Cuba, Silva Morales in the white, Gabo representing Hungary in the blue. And once more this crowd have just lit up and became very, very noisy again. But you can never underestimate the Cubans. They are very powerful, fit and well-prepared athletes. The advantage here is Ver has the home crowd totally behind him, supporting him all the way. Well, Gabo Ver there with the controlling arm round the back, takes that sleeve. As you can see there, the hand in front on the lapel, switches sometimes to the back, but he's dropping that elbow in, hips through first for the attack, but finds himself in the knee waza, face down. Well, he really just needs to settle this down. Silva is dominating the pace of this contest. And it's a pace that the Hungarian is not particularly happy with it, and he really needs to now take that control. Uchimata attempt there from the Hungarian. Drops in Aggie, a nice attack. Well, the pressure now and just that little few extra attacks keeps him very much in front and in control of this contest. The Uchimata from Silva Morales. Fair now just looking for an opportunity in the arm, with the arm lock there. Just managed to slip out. Silva Morales, very aware in the ground. But the danger is when he stands up onto his feet. And Ashiwaza to try and break the balance of the Hungarian. The arm round the back, that long reach. Very threatening for the Hungarian, as you can see there, with a flurry of attacks from Koso to the Uchimata. And there is this an ultimate mistake there for Silva Morales. As he goes onto his back, finds himself now hanging on and avoiding the Osakomi. Well, some sound of ice there coming from the Hungarian coach. Ashiwaza attempt there from the Suktemi Waza, trying to draw his opponent down into the ground. No score yet, 47 seconds remaining in this contest. Well, at the moment, the way it is, there's been a lot of attacks from the Hungarian, a lot of work been put in, but the strongest and the most threatening moves have come from Silva Morales. He's been the closest of scoring, the most threatening out there. Which means this contest could go any way. Well, the support is 100% behind the Hungarian, as it has been for every Hungarian that's put foot into the field of play here and on the contest area. Silva Morales there, as you can see, stretching across with the feet. Kosoto, and has the Kosoto, the step back for the Uchimata, and now we're into the golden score. Well, there's no question about the condition of these two athletes. A lot of effort has gone into the first 4 minutes, and there we have it. An attack, but was it a score? It was controlled very nicely into the Niwaza. But well, there you have it. A Wazari given to Silva Morales, who takes him into the next round, the third round of the under 90 kilos. Well, it was a real battle between both these, and obviously another disappointment for Hungary. And here's the highlights of that very contest. Here we have right at the ending golden score. There was the drop, but it was blocked and it was finished by the Cuban. He dropped here, left himself very vulnerable. And the Cuban turned him over in a continuation of a counter there. Well, representing Estonia in the white, Kaljulid. And representing Slovenia, Zank in the blue. Estonia white, Slovenia in the blue. Second round of the under 90 kilos. And there's been some very tough matches along the way here. Outstanding performances and a couple of Few upsets already in the early stages of this competition. Kaljulaid there coming round the back, cross grip. Looking very positive, more or less showing that left shoulder attempt there as he tries to throw that left hand over the top. Secures the grip, but then decides to let it go as he feels totally under threat with the lapel grip of his opponent. Once more the cross grip and the arm round the back. The Estonian looking for an opportunity down there in the groundwork. Doesn't seem to be much of an option there. Zank staying very secure in the ground. Two and a half minutes remaining in this contest. Both athletes desperately trying to secure their preferred grip. As you can see there, the right high collar grip, drawing the elbow in, a very good position for Zank as he hooks in for the Ochi. Just losing the control from the Estonian, escaping from his gi. Well, very surprised that the referee didn't ask him to tidy up the belt surrounding the jacket. Makes it very loose, and again, you don't get the same leverage when you've got such a good strong grip. The jacket moves too freely over the opponent. But again, that right high collar, elbow tucked in, very nicely controlled gripping style of the Slovenian. Estonian throwing the arm over the top, leaves himself a little bit vulnerable, especially if Zank could spin underneath that with the Sienagis. Well, the Estonian picking up his second Judo now, piling a lot more pressure than necessary for this young man. But Zank once more with that right hand on the back. Controls very nicely there. It's a very strong grip. Just playing a bit of a waiting game, trying to lure his opponent to making that mistake. And he hooks in there with the ojigari. Zank coming round the waist, looking for the counter. Big Harai there, dropping to his knees, but nevertheless another good threatening attack. Kaljulaid throwing that arm over the top, always makes himself look so vulnerable, and it seems so dangerous because it's a little bit out of control there. Comes over the top. The Slovenian waiting with the drop across in front of his opponent, and one more. I think the referee is looking for the indication of whether to award another Shido to the Estonian. Well, there's always a sort of unpleasant sign is when the referees ask them to tidy themselves up. You always feel that it's close to an end of a contest. Well, he's let him off this time. You always get a little bit nervous when that happens. But Zank there, switch to Sutemi Waza, follows through. A little bit messy and in the Niwaza, out of control for both athletes. There didn't seem to be much foresight into the following of that attack. So with 3 seconds remaining, no score other than the 3 Shidos. And once more, there is the third and final Shido being awarded to the Estonian, Kaljulied, who sadly goes out of the competition, but Zank goes into the third round for Slovenia. And here's the highlights of that very match. Sutemi Waza looking a little bit scrappy. This was a bit out of control here. Lost the vital positioning into the ground. But nevertheless, there was a lot of domination coming from the Slovenian. He totally controlled this match. And now we're coming on to the next one, which will be Givini Ashvili representing Georgia in the white. And now we have representing Kyrgyzstan, Berktusunov in the blue. Gvininashvili, junior world champion, outstanding performer for Georgia. And the Georgians have a very, very strong team here. I think as the weights get heavier for the men, the stronger the athletes for Georgia. Especially in the plus 100s. A great possibility there. Berktusunov there with a drop. Sianagi totally dismissed by the Georgian. And there we have it. Gviniashvili winning on an Ippon in the opening minute of this contest. And let's see the highlights. Totally dismissed the drop from the Kyrgyzstan as he came in, left himself very vulnerable up there and was well anticipated from the Georgian as he dropped the weight and pulled back there, planting his opponent onto his back. Very powerfully executed technique and a lovely finish into the next round. And now we have representing Korea, Guak in the white and Stolika representing Romania in the blue. Korea white, Romania blue, the second round in the under 90s. Stolica there attempting a drop. Didn't really turn his back too much on that drop, Cianagi. But there we have Guac with his own version of the drop. Cianagi there, a little bit more effective against the Romanian. Guac there, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel, hooking in for the Ouchigari, driving off the mat area there. Real determination to finish that attack. One of the strongest so far, with 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the contest. Well, the threat of that Uchimata from the Korean brought the Romanian to his knees. Anticipated that wrong and picked up a Shido for that very move. The show of the Cianagi from the Romanian. A left to right grip, but Stolica picks up the second Shido with 1.5 minutes remaining in the contest. '71 athletes participating in this weight division. Lovely Ashiwasa there from the Korean as he stumbles his Romanian opponent down to the ground. Well, Guac takes the lead with the Wazari, and a nice, comfortable lead at that with just under 1 minute remaining. Stolica desperately trying to come back into this contest. Guac has dominated quite nicely, though, and it's been all about his pace, his grip. Once more in for the attack. Trying to open up. There's a Romanian opponent who once again tries a Makakomi attempt and falling on his face, losing total control. Well, there we have it. Guac goes into the next round, the third round of the under-90s. A very convincing win. Didn't seem to have too much problems with that. It was very strong in the grip and dominated this contest quite comfortably. And there we have the highlights of that very match. There was the Kosoto, he left himself a little bit vulnerable. All Guak had to do is step back and control the upper body, spinning him onto his side once more. The wrong timing, leaving himself very vulnerable indeed. Well, we have Bubanja representing Montenegro in the white and Brown representing United States in the blue. And the winner of this match will meet Guak in the next round. Well, a bit of a side skip here, keeping it very open indeed. Bubanja looking very relaxed out there as tries to secure a strong positioning in the grips. Brown, first attack in, trying to break up that little bit of control. The American looking very light on his feet. Doesn't really secure the grip first on the receiving end as this young man from Montenegro just seems to be that a little bit first, but he comes under, drops under there and picks up a Shido for that particular move. Brown, as you can see there with the left hand on the lapel, tries to draw down on his opponent's left side. Side skips. Sutemi Waza as he draws Brown between the legs. Brown staying quite tight there, but draws his opponent up off the tatami when the attempt of the arm lock was there. Brown attempting of a Sasai Sakura Komiyashi. You can see the hips moving, just doesn't get that real true leverage. Mike Swain, Olympic medalist for America, on the chair there coaching for Brown. Bubanja there looking to draw on that sleeve and step across for what looked to be the Osota, switching it to the Makakomi. And Brown follows through into the Niwaza. Once again, very little options down there. Brown still very light on his feet there. Has a lot more left in the tank to give in this contest, especially if it looks like it's going to the golden score. Picks up the second Shido though which piles that little bit of unnecessary pressure on the American. Brown once more throws that left hand over the top, drops in the elbow, making it very tight. Bubanja waiting there for the Makakomi. But Bubanja just waiting for the secondary attack, and we are in now to the golden score. Well, the advantage goes to Bubanja, as he only has one less Judo on the board. As we know, Brown, one more Judo would cost him the match with a Hansokumaki. So Brown really needs to use what's left in that tank to just keep going and piling that pressure on. He comes round underneath the arm this time instead of over, trying to draw his opponent onto him. A bit like a bit of a wrestling move there. But there we have the negative backpedaling from Bubanja. But that bear hug sort of move is also an illegal, and felt that it wasn't the two hands, just one coming round the back. They weren't meeting, but he has to be very careful there. Well, Brown trying to desperately counter there. He looked a little bit off at the receiving end rather than the attacking. Half a minute into this golden score. The Sasai Sakuragami Ash there. Nice rotation, just didn't get that sort of finishing touch off the attack. Well, Brown just not looking very comfortable with the grip that he's managing to get. The arm goes over the top, it then comes under the knee, underneath, then it's taken on the lapel. He really is wanting to get up close and very personal with his opponent, just to get that leverage and the rotation that he needs off the Yashiwaza. You sense what he's trying to do, but he's just not getting so close enough to have that finishing of the attack. The Uchigari there from Bubanja. Seems a little bit flat now, this athlete from Montenegro. Again, the Ashiwaza, a good attack. But as you can see, really wants to get round the back and get more leverage over on the Ashiwaza. He's got the belt, he's got that leverage this time. Just lets it go, he walks onto the drop Cianagi. Gotta be careful there with 1 minute and 36 in golden score gone now. So these athletes, 5.5 minutes. Brown looking still very strong and fit as he comes over the top. Again, piling a lot of pressure on Bubanja. Well, I think Bubanja knows what's coming now. Both athletes asked to tidy up, and said this before, it always gives you that sort of feel or indication that possibly the Shido's coming, but again, they're just tidying up, so there's no disadvantage to either athlete with a loose kit. Brown trying to throw that arm over the top, comes underneath this time, dragging his opponent over the tatami. A real indication that a bit of frustration, but a lack of engagement in his opponent. Brown tries the sass side, loses his foot in a bit and the balance and went down. got to be very careful that he stays solid on his feet, and the upper body core strength is what takes over to get that rotation. The left hand once more from Brown, draws over the back. Doesn't really secure that grip. Bubanja, head down a little bit more, starting to do less and less, starting to look very tired. The body language is not sending out a good message to the referee. Brown still looks very comfortable out there, staying very focused on the main objective here, but there's the third Shiro and the Hansokimaki in golden score, and the win, a deserving win, goes to Brown of the USA. Now Brown's next match will be up against the Korean Guak, who was very impressive. Once more, a very strong gripper, so that might be a little bit of a clash of real styles. Well, as you can see, the crowd out there having a bit of a party out there, as you can see. Looking for the next match to come on for them to enjoy. Zilka is that next match, representing Slovak. And Jako representing Finland in the blue. Zilka in the white, Jako in blue. Jako representing Finland here. Sutemi Waza right out in the opening seconds of this contest. Jako, as you can see, that right hand onto the collar, drawing his opponent down. An attempt of a Sutemi Waza as he battles away, but as you can see here, Zilka now working his magic in the knee waza, tying up the upper part of the body first. He does have that leg caught up, which always makes it very difficult to secure anything in the ground. Very deep gripping, drawing each other's head down to a bit of a right angle there. Does it look a little bit scrappy, but the Sutemi there, Sutemi Waza was there for Ali. And Zilka taking a Shiro with 3 minutes remaining in this contest. Well, it's a battle of strength here and upper body strength, both opting for a very similar style, and that's to get the arm over the top, high collar grip, draw the head down. It's literally a head-to-head, ear to ear as they draw each other down to a right angle position. The hips through, and a fantastic Wazari there for Zilka, and a nice lead in 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. So he drew the head in, but he managed to give himself enough leverage to when Ali reacted and the head started to come up, the hips started to draw through for Zilka for that.
In white for Spain, Sara Rodriguez. In blue for Puerto Rico, Maria Perez.
But again, a very strong grip there for Ali. Both of them, once more, as you can see from that angle, drawing each other's heads down. Oh, once more, the hips come through. Again, another show of what threat lures under that grip. Ali very unlucky, very lucky not to have a Wazari scored against him. Again, there you see it. Whoa, just totally overspun him. It was going so big, but just lacked the control at the vital point of landing. Well, with 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in this contest, this has turned out to be a very exciting match indeed. Zilka with the lead of a Wazari. Both Zilka and Ali both looking for the same grip, the head, the bent over stance, the right angle position. And it is really the gutsy who comes first situation. And that gutsiness is coming from Slovak, with two very impressive hip throws. Now working away in the Niwaza, trying to create an opportunity for himself down there, and also a bit of a tactical ploy. While down there, the clock ticks away quite comfortably for him. As Ali there defends quite nicely. Not the ideal position to be in with under a minute remaining in this contest. Once more, both looking for that high collar grip. This time Zilka is coming, instead of the collar, is coming round the back of the arm. Ali's starting to look a little bit frustrated out there, picks up his first Judo, and just half a minute remaining with Wazari on the board for Zilka, who tries to maintain that lead, staying very busy out there. But as well as being busy, it has to look very positive. It's unlikely that he'll pick up a couple of extra Judos at this stage, but a Sutemi was an attempt there from Ali, a last-ditched attempt to stay in this contest, but sadly for Ali it wasn't to be and is out of the tournament. But for Zilka, a very impressive contest for this athlete, for Slovak, who goes through to compete in the third round. And here's the highlights of that very contest that brings Zilka into the third round. And the hips goes in the Koshiguruma. Nicely executed. And a wonderful finish for that Wazari. The mistake of lack of control from Ali allowed the hips to come through from Zilka. So now we have coming up representing Lebanon in the white gi, Elias in, and up against him is representing Canada, Kerber Gagnon in the blue.
And the judo winner in blue for Puerto Rico, Maria Perez.
So we have here Lebanon in the white, Canada in blue. Kriba Gagnon representing Canada. There in the white gi, in the blue gi, I should say. Elias controlling the sleeve of the Canadian. Comes in for the first attack, a drop. Wasn't such a convincing effort there. Well, 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. No scorers yet. Neither one of them looking the more dominant than the other. Canadian, as you can see there, with that right hand trying to come over the top. Oh, Nakochi Gary there, nice attack. Well anticipated though. Just didn't get out of the way quick enough, but tried to do the counter, but just didn't get that rotation across enough there. But Elias taking the lead with the Wazari and just under 2 minutes remaining. Kreba Gagnon now really has to start stepping up into the next level, accelerating onto his opponent, starting to work and being a little bit more of the aggressor in this contest. Throws that arm, he needs to maintain that grip, steps across. Yes, and there's a lovely counter, the Kosura. Not quite sure if it didn't hear any mate, but from this angle, a lovely attack. Just needs to keep it in to the contest area. And that's the sort of judo the Canadian needs to do. So 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. That was a superb attack there from the Canadian that shows us that there's still a lot of life and a lot of hope here for the Canadian. As he throws that arm once more, it's trying to be blocked from the Libyan. If he doesn't follow through, he will start accumulating some shidos. As you can see, it is just a block. But both of them opting for the sleeve grip. Elias trying to look busy down in the ground as the clock ticks away nicely for him. 55 seconds remaining. Well, there's the first Shido being awarded. 42 seconds. The Lebanon really cannot hang on to this Wazari. There's too long in this contest to go. The Canadians doing the right thing, is pressurising Krebe Gagnon, edging his opponent onto the edge, using his feet, desperately trying to get over the top there with that high collar grip onto the belt. But you can see the block from the Lebanon as he drops underneath. Wasn't a convincing drop, but just keeps him out of trouble. Possibly a little bit of less pressure from the referee, but still he's looking very passive there. And there he picks up the second Shido, but only 1 second remaining. So the time has run out for the Canadian. And Elias of Lebanon goes through to the third round. He'll be up against Ilka from Slovak a little bit later for a place in the fourth round. And here's the highlights of these very contests. The Aponsianagi, the Kochigari does very nice, and it was accelerated. That the fact that the Canadian tried to counter but just planted himself on his own back. Now we're coming up to the women's under 78 kilo category. And this is between Stenhuis, the Netherlands, in the white, Gallion representing Italy in the blue. Both these athletes, very physical competitors, very strong women. Stenhuis straight away with that left hand on the lapel, controlling very nicely. Looks to have the controlling grip there as she takes that sleeve. Hooks in with the Oichi-Chimata combination. A good start for the Dutch girl. And a little bit of an unsettling process for the Italian. Gillian tries to step across there. Obviously her grip's blocked by Stenhuis with that left hand that's over the top of her opponent's right. Well, definitely there, Stenhuis has a better control in this contest. Nice strong grip here, as you can see. Left hand on the lapel, takes that sleeve and is working to try and create an opening as she touches, as you can see, touching that foot to create the step back as you can come through. Well, 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in this contest. Yoko Tomanagi there. A nice Sutemiwaza breaking the opponent's balance. One of the strongest attacks at this moment. Stenhuis, 24 years of age. Took a gold at the Grand Slam in Baku this year and won the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi last year. What a build-up this young lady has to this World Championships. Under 23 European champion, World Junior champion. And picked up the bronze medal in Paris this year. So an amazing year, well, amazing couple of years this Dutch athlete has had. Picks up the first Judo here now. Is the current European champion right now. Is definitely a lady that's on form and has prepared very nicely to this pinnacle point. And I'm quite sure be setting her sights on a world medal here. And very capable of being world champion. Gallion really on a bit of a receiving end at this moment. The head's getting drawn down. Doesn't seem to have as much impact on Stenhuis. Well, the battle continues, but Stenhuis picking it up 2 Shidos, which is not always an ideal situation to be in. And this would be a real major upset in this weight category if Stenhuis was to pick up that third and final. Well, they've taken off the second Judo, which does take the pressure off slightly, and Gallion picks up the first one for touching the leg. One more would be a Hansokumaki. You get that first warning now. Gallion with the right high collar grip, hooking in with the Ouchigari. First time she looks like she's really had a bit of say in this contest. The Italian John-Paul Bell, now one of the Dutch coaches, was one of the performance coaches for Great Britain up until this year. Well, once again, well, that was a little bit of a lazy Sutemiwaza attempt from the Italian. Obviously felt there was a lot of pressure bearing down on the top of the head. Didn't see any other way out other than getting down into the mate position. Well, both girls are dropping themselves down to a right angle position. It always ends up looking a little bit scrappy there. Leaves very little options open for them as far as attacking is concerned. And Stenhuis is starting to look as if she's tiring quite considerably, considering that right at the beginning of this contest, she dominated it completely. She looked the most stronger and most determined out there, and now Gallion is starting to build more and more confidence as the minutes of this contest start to disappear. We know that the Italians are always well prepared physically and mentally for every tournament they come into. They show great attitude in a contest, giving it all 110% every time. Where in some case they can lose out on the technical ability, they make up 100% in their determination and real heart. And this is starting to now come through. The pressure for Stenhouse is starting to shine through in this contest as Gallion piles more and more pressure, and that's only got to give her more and more confidence as the minutes of this golden score continues. And there you have it. Gallion hang on that and pushed hard in that golden score. And Stenhouse picked up the second and final Judo in the golden score. Gallion goes through to the next round, and nice sportsmanship there from the Italian, who finds herself in the next round of this under 78 kilo category. And now we have coming up Verhoek, representing the Netherlands in the white gi, representing Poland in blue. Parkut, the second round of the under 78 kilo category. Another strong Dutch athlete in contention for a place on the medal podium. Well, she'll have seen her teammate go out in the last match, and she'll be very much determined that it won't be her in this round. Marinda Verhoek, 31 years of age. In 2009 won the World Championships, and in 2015 the European Games. Ranked 5th in the Olympic Games. Again, another strong contender for a medal here today. Parkut, they're working away in the Niwas, and we know that the Polish athletes are very skillful in their Niwaza. Very comfortable working down in the ground, as you can see. But leaves herself a little bit open there as she tries to rotate her opponent over. Almost landed flat on her back. Verhoek's build up for this World Championships. Well, she won a silver in the Grand Slam in Baku this year and a gold in the European Open in Minsk. So she's had a solid performance to this build up. Defeated the Kazakhstan in the first round of this competition. And a real battle between both these athletes continues. Packard still piling on the pressure, still staying very much as a contender in this contest. The 21-year-old from Poland making this a very hard contest for the Dutch girl. Packard took a bronze medal in the European Under-23 European Championships in Bratislava. In 2014, she also won a silver in the European Junior Championships and a bronze in the World Championships in the same year for juniors. Her build-up for this World Championships, well, again, it's been a very solid and productive performance. Winning a silver medal in the European Open in Prague and the European Open in Minsk this year. Well, Verek there with the Iponsianagi, looking to find something down in the Niwaza. It's been definitely a battle between both these athletes. You cannot divide either one of them. Packard picks up a Judo, but very little to divide them. The only thing, the difference between there is now the maturity of age and experience. And will that be what puts Verek through to the next round? That experience. So we're into the golden score. Packard, the longer she's out there, the more confidence she will gain in knowing that she's working and causing us so much problems to such a phenomenal athlete. Verker working, needs to tie up the upper part of the body a little bit better, and we've seen that happen so many times in this competition, that all that effort in trying to get a leg out, but forgetting that the control of any hold down is with the upper body, the head and shoulders, that maintains an osakomi. Verker stepping up the pace a little bit, using her feet to rotate her opponent, comes in with the Sianagi. Again, another good attack against Packard from Poland, who's looking now a little bit tired. There seems to be a burst of energy and another bit of confidence coming from the Dutch girl as she trunches along in this contest, head to head. A switch of direction, and Ashiwaza from Poland, but Verek controls nicely, changes direction and plants her opponent onto a side, scoring a Wazari in a vital situation of golden score. Well, Galleon will have to now prepare herself to compete against another Dutch girl, another strong Dutch contender in Verkerk. And here we have the highlights of that match. A switch of direction, nice as she was, but the hips went in for Verkerk, broke the balance of the Packard. Hips went in, continue with the upper body control to secure the Wazari and the win. Now we're going to have, if we haven't already had, an eruption here in this audience where we have Elderly Zhu of Hungary in the white and Tomashi representing Cuba in the blue. Well, Elderly Zhu has had an amazing career up to here as a junior of all areas, from cadet to junior and into senior, with European world medals throughout. And here is making her mark here on home soil with a crowd that is 110% behind every Hungarian athlete that steps foot on this tatami. Now, well, Otomashi there. And Zhu picks up a Shido apiece. 2 to Cuba, so not the best of starts in the first minute of this contest. Zhu throws normally that left hand over the top, and she hooks in with the Uchimata, fantastic Uchimata chefs, the combination of Uchimata, but they're opts for the Sienagi. But she's got a wonderful repertoire, those long legs, those long arms that come over and come from anywhere to be able to be very powerful and very threatening to any opponent. She secures the right hand on the lapel, or tries to, but the Cuban is making that a little bit difficult and very tricky for her right now. But she has the hand on, that's the controlling hand. The finishing touch is getting that arm over the top, but she's looking a little bit apprehensive there. The right hand on the lapel. Well, a lovely attack there, and yes, a score and a Wazari. Well, this is to the delight of the Hungarians, who has been pushing so hard in this contest. The Ouchigari, a technique that you didn't think was actually going to give a finish for Zhu. But 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining in this contest. And Ouchigari then come back for the Cuban and brings it all back into play. Well, would you anticipate that happening? Well, for this crowd, definitely not. Ouchigari once more. There you have it, a superb attack from the Cuban. And Tomashi really staying in this contest. And once more that Ouchigari into the Makikomi for Zhu. Well, with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in this contest, it's been a fantastic and very exciting match. Hungarian still isn't any closer getting into the next round. The Cuban is in there, and she's battling away against not only her opponent, but the crowd here in this state. And there she, well, it was a mate situation, but it didn't stop the Cuban. And the crowd erupting, but with the noise in this arena, it's almost impossible to hear yourself think. So for the Cuban to hear a referee call mate is almost impossible. with 50 seconds remaining in this contest is becoming a very exciting and nerve-wracking situation for not only both these athletes, but also the crowd here in Hungary that are so desperate to see Zhu go through to the next round. "37 seconds remaining, and this could so easily go into golden score and give us so much more pleasure and excitement in this match. The second round, you would think it was like a final here in the under 78 kilo category, the way these two athletes are battling away for that place in the third round. A place well, this is for a place in the quarterfinal. Who can get across the finishing line? Well, we've got seconds remaining. Wazari apiece. And Tomashi has two Shiros, which has always plagued a major danger point for the Cuban. One more would result in the Hansokumaki. But now we have golden score. Now we're into the golden score, and the Cuban starts off at the right pace. She's in there, but her arm seems to be tucked up as she fell down into the Niwaza. Well, the Ashiwaza from the Cuban. Again, she's piling on the pressure. Well, this is what we expect from the Cubans. They're very, very powerful. They're very, very determined, and so unorthodox in some of their attacks. Zhu starting to look like she's under a bit of pressure here. And the Cuban looks like she's just gaining more and more confidence as the seconds tick away. Zhu hooking in for the Ochi Uchimata combination. Can she hop through and finish it? Well, the crowd are working. Almost a minute in golden score, almost 5 minutes these athletes have been battling away. A Wazari apiece, and this contest could just go either way. Both deserving a place in the third round, but only one can get there. Abigail straight over the top, once more hooks in with the Ochi Uchimata combination. The Cuban tries to look for the counter. Oh, goodness me. And the coach is beside himself at this moment. Well, this has been such an exciting match. The anguish on the face of Zhu there, starting to look so tired and starting to think, what can I possibly do to defeat the Cuban? That arm once more comes over the top, but it doesn't look as convincing. She drops down. And that sort of attack could be enough to give her a Shido, but they're going to possibly let that one ride. But it's a very poor attack from Zhu, a very tired one. And the Cuban again with the Ochi, a couple of attacks. Zhu's got the arm. Well, Well, all I can say is we've got two very fit young ladies, Adropsi and Aggie there from the Cuban. One more nice attack. And again, one more little bit of pressure on this home girl, Zhu. Two minutes, 15 seconds into golden score. 6 minutes, almost 6.5 minutes, these young ladies have been battling away. Cuba just seems to be going stronger and stronger. Oh, yes! And that powerful counter there. Totally dismisses Zhu. Didn't get the rotation. There was a little bit of it, wasn't so controlled, but my goodness me, how powerful a movement it was. And Uchigari wants the cross grip. Zhu puts in the Uchimata. The Cuban just rides it as if it didn't even exist. And Tomashi there, an amazing performance from this young lady representing Cuba. For me, most probably right now, the strongest contender in this contest, and definitely for a medal here today. An attack there from Zhu as she falls to the ground. Every attack just seems to be taking that little bit more out of her. The body language is just telling you all that. What can she do? What has she got left? And for Antoine Mashi, she just looks as fresh as a daisy. It's as fresh as the time that she started this contest. 7.5 minutes ago. Well, that anticipation of what's going to happen again. Yes, and there's a counter. She swept the feet from under Zhu, but there wasn't a score. From here, it looked like a score. And here we go, she swept. Well, it was the equivalent of the old Coca, but my goodness me, it was a great attack. Well, the Cuban has given 110% out there. She has battled in this golden score. She has totally dominated this contest. And Tonomashi has got to be oozing now more and more with confidence as the seconds, the body language of Zhu's just looking so tired and so dismissive. Zhu comes over the top, she's fallen to her face, looking very tired, and that was a very scrappy move there from Zhu. And she has to be so careful in those type of attacks that could give her a Shido against her. Well, she has got the advantage when it comes to the Shidos. She is one less than her opponent, but the Cuban, my goodness me, what a match she's given this Hungarian on home soil. And there's the Shido, which was a little bit overdue, I personally feel. 4.5 minutes in this golden score. 8.5 minutes in total of this contest has been running. And Cuban just looks like she stepped on the mat for the first second. Yes! Yeah, it was there. She swept her as if she was on a banana skin. Well, my goodness, what a finish to what was a fantastic round. And the way we're working through this contest, you would think it was the final of this under 78 kilo category. The Ashibarai there, superbly executed. Well, to me, for me, that was the contest of the tournament, including all the other 4 days. I have never been so excited into watching that match unfold in front of my eyes. Look at that finish. Swept Kuriashibara, took her away and planted her flat on her back. Well, that is what you call judo. Just love that. Well, the highlights there, you could watch them all day. For me, that must have been the match of the tournament so far. That was a battle and a half.
And here we have Umeki in the second round of the women's under 78 kilograms from Japan in the white, and He of China. Match just starting. Loretta Doyle just taking a moment's break from this position, probably to calm her emotions after that incredible fight. Unfortunately to put the Hungarian out, but finished so emphatically by the Cuban there. It was just amazing. So Umeki on top, putting pressure on the arm, looking for the Osakomi, which he has. 18 seconds now, has secured the ippon with. And no way out of that for He. Very effective win, 40 seconds contest time in total. Ominous performance for opponents of Umeki in the next round of the women's under 78 kilogram class. And the highlights now from the start of the match. No other situation, so the leg grab, rolled over, nice manoeuvre, arm tied up, and straight into the hold. Strong Sistemi, strong purchase on the arm, assisted by the leg, and now on mat 1. Alexander Kokoli from Serbia in the men's under 90 kilogram class in the white, and Piotr Kutsera from Poland. Shimada attempt being ridden. Kokoli looking for the reversal. Now, strong attack. Mate from the referee. Coley, a very tall person, but equally the pole. So matching body types here on mat 1. Next to the referee, they look like very tall under 90 kilogram exponents. So the Makakomi from the pole, nearly counted, and the counter nearly counted, but both players winding up down on the ground face first. No score, and Coley here looking for the no-uzzer, but not effective enough. And Mate called. Kutsera taking a bit more time to get up here. I guess both players looking to conserve energy and be ready for the next exchange. So the Serbian on first, but now the back. So same side grip, Kawuchi attempt. He's got to go if he's got that grip on one side. Now he's got the back and the collar. Still not settled, but the dominant position. Osotogari attempt, but not enough purchase on the top. And Kutsera rotating around behind. Polish player taking long way around, just gathering the breath, taking longer to get up, trying to probably slow the pace down a little, suit himself better. Now he's got the back grip and, no, sorry, the collar. Two collars, but the Serbian coming out the top all the time, making the pole look passive, and a big Uchimata attempt. This one will score, surely. Lazari scored. Tying up the arm with the jacket. Coley now trying to immobilise the upper body. Now to go to work on the leg, to remove the leg. So he's got the top fairly well secured. It looks pretty tight. If you can get the leg out, it's going to be Osakomi. And now on the arm. No, not secure enough. Kutsera coming back quickly this time now. What a difference Awazari makes. Kukoli taking a knock there. Now they're on with it. Back grip to the Serbian. Looking for the lapel. Got the tail of the jacket. He's got the back and the tail of the jacket. Kutsera trying the Makakomi. On the left. Just under a minute to go in this contest on mat 1. And another knock received by the Serbian. Both guys looking tired, but 48 seconds to go, and Kutsera's got to do something now to get this contest back. Looking for the grip, very unorthodox looking, unable to settle. Dropped down to the front by the Serb, perhaps just trying to break the pace, and a Makakomi attempt by Kutsera. Ridden out by Kukoli, and now Kukoli's happy to burn the time, and Newaza on the ground. And he's got the arm here. He's got a good control of the top with the legs. And it doesn't matter if he gets it now. He's going for the hold. He'll go for the roll again on the arm. 5 seconds remaining. It's lost for Kutsera. He resisted the arm lock, but the contest is lost. So that's it for Kutsera from Poland. He'll go out of the contest now. Kukoli advancing to the 4th round. Players having to go to the quarterfinals and losing the quarterfinals essentially to progress to the repechage here. So it's tough. If you lose before that stage in this contest, then that's it for your participation at this year's event. Now, excuse me if I take some time in introducing the next players on mat 1 in the 90 kilogram division. I just want to think about these names. So it's Turel Savguliev of Azerbaijan in the white. Up next, we'll play Shakhsodbek Sabirov of Uzbekistan. Fight number 98. round 3 of the under 90 kilogram division. And the players walking down now, just taking some time to arrive at the mat.
The number 1, third round for under 90 kilo. In white for Azerbaijan, Judo. In blue for Uzbekistan, Suzuki.
Left-right situation again. See so often at this level of competition. Drop down Satemi, very successful by Saburov. Wazari ahead straight away, 30 seconds down in the contest. Very good technique. And over the arm now, looking for the Kouchi. So straight away the Uzbeki going ahead. Safguliev now going to have to do the work to catch it up. Over the back. Back grip, wanting to go over the back and get the dominant position. He's got 2 sleeves, now he's over the back on the left, and it's a pick-up. Oh, one of them is going to go in this situation, you get the feeling. And they've got out of it standing. Starts again. Strong lefts gripping by the Azeri. And Saburov holding off, looking the passive one, or less dominant now. Waiting, and more or less the wrong side, drop down Sianagi off the lapels. Safguliev looking to make something out of the situation that he had. Saburov has to be careful not to back off too much. Referees are quick to give penalties for passivity. Kouchi. And nice Sianagi attempt by Safguliev. Unable to rotate Saburov. Just approaching the halfway mark of this contest. And looks like he's taken a knock to the teeth. Looks like he actually might have gone down head first onto the mat, face first, perhaps to prevent the Sianagi scoring. Safguliev positive, left Sianagi. Oh yes, that's got a score. Now it's even. 2 minutes to run in the contest, and it's anybody's game now. It's even. Good strong drop, Sianagi, Ippon Sianagi on the left. And I think Saburov tried to grab and reverse that, but there's no preventing a score in that situation. Now it's like the game has started again with 2 minutes to go. Wazari each. Left-right grip situation. Safguliev looks to have his grip. Preparing with the Ashiwaza, dancing around a bit. Kouchi tapping, getting behind. He's released the grip now. Okay, fortune favours the brave in this situation. It's dropped down Sianagi by the Zeri. Is it still alive? It's been killed by Saburov. So into the last minute now. And Saburov, a penalty. Close grip there, nearly around the back. Face to face. Oh, Satemi Waza, that's got a score for Safguliev. 2 Azaris to 1. That 50 seconds to run now. It's plenty of time now for Saburov. Simigaishi dropped down. Kosato. Iponsianagi has scored. Looks like the game's slipping away from Saburov.
The winner of 33 in the semi-final for women of 78 kg from Japan, Sato Mika.
Into the last 30 seconds of the match. Another left drop down Sianagi. This time Saburov onto it, looking for the Shimiwaza, the rolling Shimiwaza attack. Can't really see, I don't think he's got the collar under the neck strongly enough, but he's on top. He's in a dominant position. He's going to have to finish it now because there's 8 seconds left in the contest, and I think it's too late. No, Yazeri hanging on there. He knows that he's watching the clock. He knows he's won this match.
Well, that was a convincing win there for Azerbaijan. 3 Azaris. He was getting a bit of a cricket score there, wasn't he, really?
Well, it was, but it was Saburov who went ahead at first up and then let the match slip. So it was even at 2 minutes. Halfway through the match, it was anyone's, but then the Azeri really came home strongly to dominate and score twice.
Yeah. There's been some amazing matches throughout the day here in day number 5. And what's been amazing is some of the golden scores and how long they've actually gone on for. But with so much excitement, these athletes are really prepared. They're very fit, strong athletes, given 100%. There's never been, all the golden scores I've seen so far, there's never been a dull one. Where sometimes when people go over their time, they start getting to look very tired and the judo starts to look very scrappy. But this just doesn't seem to be the case. We're getting so much more excitement in the golden score than we actually do in the first 4 minutes.
It's funny, Loretta, I've been up with Sheldon Franco Brooks up on mat 2. We haven't seen so many golden scores.
No.
We've seen some
They must seem to
athleticism.
plague my tatami, as I should say, mat 1, because there's been actually quite a lot here. That's the reason I think I'm losing my voice. I've had that much excitement throughout the day.
Well, from where I've been sitting up there with Sheldon, we've been hearing the Hungarian crowd supporting the Hungarians down here.
Oh my goodness, yes. Well, here you have those highlights. And there was a lot of action in this contest. Sianagi nicely placed and a lovely finish there.
And when I joined you, it was that fantastic finish to that golden score match there, the Cuban.
Do you know, I was just exhausted watching it. I couldn't believe that.
Judo technique you could finish a golden score fight with.
Well, now we have the under 90 kilos men's, and this is the 3rd round. Gantulga of Mongolia and Grausklos of Switzerland in the blue. Now, both these athletes have actually had some really good performances, a very solid performance, but it's such a tough weight category. It's very difficult to see who's going to come through. There's been some highs and lows of performances. Those that you thought were looking or should be on form are not really looking that sharp. But we've seen this sort of trend happening in the last 4 days, that there's been a few upsets, isn't there?
Certainly have, with Olympic champions going out before the medals.
Yes, definitely.
Or certainly, or out of the final. A number of those. And Sheldon was also observing, we were saying, any predictions now with the after 3 rounds, how's it looking? But and agreeing with him, it's just too difficult. Too many champions, too many.
Well, the
really
world of judo's
players.
become very, very small now, and competitions become very fierce, that we're getting a lot of nations collecting medals at world and Olympic level, which is very refreshing for a sport, how competitive it is. But here you have the Mongolian looking to dominate this contest slightly more than his opponent. He's got a very strong left-hand grip on that lapel. It's blocking his opponent's right sleeve, but as you can see, the right slipped over the top, over the top of the Mongolians.
Oh,
Sutemi
nice
Waza there.
Waza follow up to those Koshi Waza attacks.
Nice attack, but sometimes you sense that sort of Sutemi Waza is to get them out of trouble. They're getting caught up and they just think,
often
right,
it is on the edge. We've seen that and seen people penalised for it, but that looked like a serious attack to me, a follow-up to the hip attacks.
Oh, Graus there turned his back slightly on his opponent, left himself a little bit vulnerable on that Ashiwaza, as the Mongolian now starts to dig in deep in the Shimiwaza, rotates his opponent over and the Shimiwaza is on, the pressure is there, and he's desperately trying to get the submission from his opponent. Graus looks in a lot of trouble and he's trying to get that hand off his head and off his neck. But the Mongolian still persevering with this as the referee looks very closely in what is happening right now. But there was that. The referee was spot on there. He was watching every little bit of movement, and there was that split second where there was a little bit lifeless from Switzerland. Graus just went quiet.
I got the impression Graus was just trying to ride it out, and the referees preempted it. So, and that's the referee's right to do that. But of course, the
problem is, it's okay when if you're the person that's been choked and you're struggling, you're still alive and kicking.
That's
and
right.
You've still got the energy. But at that moment of time where the choke is there and there's no life, there's no movement, then you have to take caution to win and say safety first. They ain't got the energy.
Yep.
You just have to say Ippon. You call it for them. It's like in boxing. You just see they can't put up the defences, they can't control it, they throw in the towel.
In that situation, the athlete's relying on the referee to protect them.
Yes, and that's the most important thing. And for Graus, if he wanted to just stay a little bit quiet and just ride it out, he should have kept kicking.
Should have kept kicking, yes.
Well, they've taken it off.
He's so lucky with that.
I'm really very surprised with that.
Yeah, me too. Once it's called, you think it should be called, but
yes.
But you can override Ippons in other situations too, in throwing situations.
Well,
so
they obviously looked at that very carefully and to see.
Yeah, I thought Graus was, he had the hands there pulling down on the strangle, which you don't sometimes see people doing, but that's an effective defence. And you're right, he did go still though. And
he went very still, and that's what worried me. And then when I saw the Ippon being called, I thought, well, looking at the angle we were watching, that stillness was giving me concern. Now here you can see the hands are moving all the time. There's the defences. He's trying to get out of trouble. And
equally the Mongolians
he just
moving
went
his arms
quiet.
around.
Look at the hands. They stopped.
Yeah. Yep. True. There he goes.
But again, there's nothing.
He's really not defending very strongly there, is he?
There isn't a grip.
Yeah. The Mongolian's moving around to try and show progress. Now his hands come back up again. He's just too cool for his own good, I think. It's hard to say, Loretta.
It's a really difficult one to call,
The athlete thinks something's going
it?
on, but he doesn't know because he's being strangled.
Yeah. I suppose when you could see there, the hands were moving, so he's not unconscious. And that's reason you would say mate if he wasn't capable of tapping.
Yes. So he's gone off, I think, probably to wipe some blood off or something, and he's got another life now in the contest with 1:22 to run. No score on the board.
Well, this has got to have taken a lot out of Graus in that position. He's not going to be feeling completely on form right now. It's going to take him a couple of seconds to get back into this sort of fighting mode. With 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in the contest, there's no score. There's been a lot of action, and the Mongolian looks the most dominant in this contest. A few drops there, and the Niwaza that we've just demonstrated shows how dominant and how strong he is here. And we've got the turn once more into the he just needed to sit back a little bit more and control that, but there was a glimmer of an osakomi just at that moment, but I don't even think he realised how close of an osakomi he had.
I don't know about you, Loretta. I'm finding this overhead angle tricky in the Newaza to see. I'm not used to that angle.
Yes, but it's actually quite refreshing getting the camera angles from various positions, because we're capturing a lot of stuff that we wouldn't most probably normally capture.
That's right.
Which is quite nice.
Yes, it's been excellent coverage. All the different camera
An
angles.
attack
So
there.
20 seconds to go. Anyone's game. And a good tacking Cianagi dropped down by Grossklouts, but not rotating Guntulga enough for a score. It looks like they'll go into...
Well, definitely 8 seconds
golden
to go.
score.
It's going to go into golden score, and I don't
With a clean
think...
sheet for both.
It'll be very interesting to see how this works, but Guntulga really... for me, he's actually been on form today. He's had an excellent innings.
Just receiving a unintentional poke there in the grip exchange. So golden score now.
Well, straight away, the
Next
Mongolian
activity
straight in there. He throws that arm over the top, trying to capture the lapel, wrapping up the arm. He's opted to come round the back.
Grossklouts going over the back, the top. Dangerous to let go, and now the Uchimata. No score.
He was trying the Uchimata, but he was starting to fall on his own supporting leg and collapsed at that, which is always dangerous if you've actually got your weight on your supporting leg. That's the opportunity of countering. And we've seen quite a few of those today as well. But 24 seconds into golden score, up to the first half minute.
Both players attacking. Good to see no penalties at this stage. Both ends have been a positive match. Drop down left Cianagi from Grossklouts.
Nice drop. Need to just bump it up a little bit more.
Yeah.
But he got in
deep.
deep.
To wrap up on someone so tall like that.
Exactly. He's actually quite... And as much as being tall, he's actually very, very strong in structure, isn't he? He looks a very powerful Mongolian.
Absolutely.
Uchimata
twisting
over the back, and he just dismisses this man from Switzerland, totally just pushes him off and follows through into what he wants. He's had a real domination through this contest. And the arm round the back.
Down.
Sutemi Waza, yep.
Only one arm on though. It wasn't negative, but it just wasn't able to rotate when you just have.
Well, I think that again was another situation of someone under a bit of pressure. He had the Mongolian had his arm round the back. He was starting to ride the hips through, and Grossklouts just dropped for the Sutemi Waza just to get out of what looked to be a setup for a bigger attack.
Yes. Grossklouts now. Left, right situation. Arm around the back, drop down Sutemi. But
well, 1 minute 32 seconds into this golden score, and there's a bit of action going on here. Some very tired attacks, but quite...
Grossklouts in with the Ochi has might have been counted.
Gosh, well...
I think he did enough to get out of it.
Grossklouts made an ultimate mistake there. He hooked in with the Ouchigari, and he then started to come back out the way he went in.
Yeah, you've got to try and keep going, don't you?
You just keep working on it, and that could have cost him this contest. Well, they're having the care system having a little bit of look.
Had a good look. Must have been close.
An Uchimata attempt there, but I'm not sure what the mate is.
No. Okay, nearly 2 minutes down in golden score, and no scores on the board. Good attack from Guntulga, but just losing the top, not able to drive it through in the right direction. And this is the trouble now. The guys are getting tired. So, beautiful
lovely
tie toshi,
stabbed across there for that tie toshi.
Beautiful, just off the collars.
Nice.
Couldn't rotate it with the sleeve.
Out of both, the Mongolian is the sharpest at this moment.
That was sharp.
They were very sharp attacks that he's put in. Now, what makes me wonder if a Shido's coming here. I always get nervous when they start to ask them to tidy, then make themselves look pretty, because you think, why do you want to look pretty when you have to continue on?
Yeah, yeah.
And there it is.
Okay. What a shame for Gross-Klaus.
Yeah.
First penalty of the match, you know, 6 minutes of a fight with no penalties. And
in the golden score, the Mongolian had the stronger and the sharper attacks. He just seemed to come a little bit alive there and just made Gross-Klaus look a little bit scrappy in that last little bit, and especially in that last minute. Now what we have is coming up is still with the 90-kilo division. We've got Germany in the white, Tekit, and he's up against Victor Ochoa in the blue from Mexico. Now this Mexican has been very, very good. He impressed me quite considerably earlier on. I must admit, if I was an athlete, I would have definitely underestimated him because of where he came from. But he's had a great performance. He's got beautiful technique.
Looking forward to it, Loretta,
So
see if he can keep it going in the third round here.
But the Germans are going to be riding on a bit of a sort of a positive cloud, aren't they, with obviously picking up a world champion yesterday in the 81-kilo division. And that ride of success for a seed that was 134, Germany must be absolutely buzzing. And this German had a really tough first-round fight, and he's performed very well. So that sort of confidence is there in that team. A sort of belief. It's like success, I'm a great believer that success breeds success. And I think we saw that in a couple of the Germans' performances so far today.
I think at this level it is a mindset thing as well.
Yeah.
They're well-prepared athletes. They do have to have the belief. And strong team. The Germans in for the Aochi, the lifting.
Oh,
big Koshiwaza. Oh, they called Ippon.
A lovely finish there.
Well, Ochoa couldn't show his the impressive judo you mentioned, Loretta, in that match. The German shut him down.
Well, this is, again, this is most probably the technician, the Mexican. He's got great judo, he's a good technician.
He's alive again. They've waved it down, it was rolling. So yeah, that's why I said they've called him.
He might come back. That just might make him angry. That's all I'll say. You've just upset him now. Gets to sing another time.
Okay, let's see what happens now.
Well, the Mexican coming over the top, trying to grab and catch that arm. Draws his opponent in, who's got a cracking Cianagi, which is very impressive indeed.
German holding the sleeve.
He actually defeated the Jordan Hamad.
Uchimata reversal.
Who's quite a high, tall, very long-limbed athlete. And
it was a dropper down, or did he do it standing?
He actually did both, drop and a Cianagi. He didn't really need to drop so much. His opponent was so tall, he was able to get under him quite nicely. But solid, strong attacks.
So I think the Germans probably trying to shut that attack down. They probably scouted this. And,
well, you see that he's taking that sleeve to control.
And then around the body.
That comes over the top, and
so
hips are in.
There's a hip in.
He gets the belt. When he gets those hips in, well, as they would say, the hips don't lie, and they definitely didn't in the last match. But Tekic here with a solid lead here with the Wazari, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. It's a long time to just hang on to a Wazari. You have to stay engaged. He's already picked up his first Shido. He's got a bit of a sort of a war wound now to the face. He's in a little bit of the wars. Hooking in with the Ochigari, that was...
And then up with the hip throw after that. Good transition there.
Oh, that was so unlucky. So unlucky not to be
just a bit of a rolling element, which I guess is why they downgraded that score. It was, in the old days that was Ippon. That was a Big 10. But
so as the German is just seeking a little bit of medical attention, I think it's just a bit of a burst lip that he's got. So it's nothing too serious, but obviously for health and safety, the last thing you want is some blood dripping from an athlete. Doesn't look very attractive at all, but...
True. both players are using this vital recovery time.
The hardest thing is for the athlete that's standing out there in the middle of the mat, trying to compose himself, trying to stay focused and in the zone of this contest without losing any distraction or actually getting a little bit cold out there.
Yes.
He's buzzing. You can see even just the body language of the
just
athlete.
Wanting to get it done.
He just wants to get it home done.
Ochoa of Mexico looked like he needed the rest less than Tekic.
Well, Tekic is coming in now, and we're ready to get started again. So while he's
take another few minutes to, a few seconds to
definitely
adjust his gi as well and retie the belt. So perhaps this is the moment where he's composing himself mentally. So dangerous just after a change like this, after a score or after a break, something like this.
And this is where the danger for the Mexican, because that's where he got caught at the first exchange, wasn't it?
Yep.
And
okay, so starting again tentatively, Mexican right over the back. Okay, Tekic underhook if you like, just trying to stop the rotation, push
he obviously feels very threatened by that arm that comes over the top,
like
drawing close to that belt.
Now his arm's over. What's going to happen now? Something's going to happen here. Hips. No, they're back out again. Now the German. And Ochoa in there for the Uchimata.
Very gutsy, both athletes. Have no fear of actually dropping those hips in and getting up close and very personal with each other. But
so German coach Richard Troutman there.
He's had a lot of success over the years, Richard, with cadets, from cadets right through juniors, and he's followed the careers of these young athletes all the way through now to this senior point. It's been a great transition for Richard Troutman, and he's had in every section from cadets to juniors and now into seniors. He's been on the circuit as a national coach for Germany for many, many years.
I remember as an athlete in the 90s, he toured Australia.
Oh, so do I. That
sound
sound makes me feel so old. But the Mexican here is really trying to make his mark on this. He knows that he's trailing with a Wazari. And
he's got to watch that.
The German drop there, and he's got to be careful with that sort of body language that sends out the wrong message to the referee. And I think he'll pick up a Shido here.
Yep.
And there it goes, the second Shido, which is not good when you've got a minute and you've got a Mexican that is going 110% out to get you. You can't afford to make any more mistakes. And the German has put himself in that really awkward situation. There's the hip,
and
but there's the counter.
Yeah, and the Mexican just doesn't want to go to the ground at all.
No, no. Well,
but I think Tekic is running out of gas here. I think
he's under a lot of pressure here now.
Yeah.
He's trying to hold on. He's got the sleeve under the arm.
Control the rotations just so the Mexican can't rotate with the hips or the Sianagi. And he's killed it pretty well. But he's got to attack. He's got 2 penalties, and that's dangerous at this stage. 25 seconds to run. It's quite a while. You know, there's a couple of exchanges
left. lifetime out there when you've got two Shidos against you. He's got to put the attacks in.
There he goes. Is that enough?
Well,
I think they're not negative attacks. He's just very tired.
I think he'll keep the wolves to the doors at this moment, but I think I could imagine the referee is keeping a really close eye on every move he makes, because what he's not doing is the body language he's sending out to everybody is that he's tired. Look at the belt and look at the jacket.
Here we go.
He's doing the circling action. He's biding some time here.
Here we go. Mexicans in with the back. Kosoto.
A good flurry of attacks.
I think it slipped away from him, and I think he knows that. That was his chance.
3 seconds he had that on, and I don't know.
He can still get a penalty here.
No. Well, it was a good effort there for the Mexican. Sadly, he got caught. He got caught in the earlier minute of that contest. Tekic will be a sign relief there, because that could have all gone horribly wrong for him in that one.
Could have easily lost that just in those last seconds. I don't think you'll get through the next round with those energy levels. Hopefully you'll get a recovery period now.
Well, he has the Mongolian in the next round, and that's going to be very tasking for him because the Mongolian was actually very, very strong and fit. Well, we have now Kalamuziev coming up very shortly with Silva Morales of Cuba, but let's see some of the highlights of that last match. Well, here it is, the Ouchigari reaction, and the hips
Big
went
hips.
right through. Nice technique.
Referee saw a rip on, but later waved down, probably by the rolling action.
Yep.
Looks so different from different angles, you know. From one angle it looks like a direct smack on the back, and from another it looks like a big roll. So sort of like the upper front of the shoulders or something.
It landed on the shoulder first, wasn't it? And then the rest of the body just collapsed over, but it was actually a shoulder that he landed first. Well, Kalamuziev here representing Russia in the white gi. Silva Morales representing Cuba in the blue. And we've seen some really great performances from the Cuban team. The one thing we know about Cuba is that they can fight. They really have some tank. And they're very strong. They're very determined. They have a big judo heart. So for me, they're always very exciting to watch.
Yes, always the way.
And
of course,
never,
the
ever
Russians too,
underestimate.
technical masters. And we've seen Kalamuzev's brother fighting yesterday, the Olympic champion, and they look so much alike.
Oh, gosh, yes. Well, the Russians always have this sort of laid-back sort of attitude. You just, their body language is if they really don't, they're not into the match. It's so horizontal, they're so laid back. But they are very successful, but you can't. They show very little expression. They don't give away anything.
No. It's a pretty well standard grips here from the Russian. Went in for the exploratory Uchimata and had the grips broken off by the Cuban. Cuban coming back with a little exploratory attack of his own, but also pushed away. So it's stand-up judo for now.
Well,
left, right, close in.
Well, the Cuban in the first round looked like he was actually running on nervous energy. I've never seen a man move so quickly and or hit somebody so fast and so many times within that second that his opponent really didn't know which way he was going to go because there was just too many attacks and the arms were moving so very quickly that he didn't know whether he was going to go left or right or backwards or forwards.
Yes.
So I think for the Cuban, and it might be something of their winning ingredient.
Nearly Uchimata Sakeshi by the Cuban on the Russians'
and
attack.
it might be their sort of ingredient is just to hit so fast that it upsets their opponent to have a reaction.
Just lose equilibrium and be susceptible for the next attack. So this is an interesting grip situation because they have left, right. They've both got the sleeve and they're holding each other close in so that they have control. And they both have good body movement, so they're trusting their body, their hip blocking, their feet. And it puts them in a good position to throw those. So it's quite an exciting match. Here's the driving Ouchi from the Russian, tapping away by the Cuban. Not sure what that was, just a high one, maybe trying to elicit a reaction. Now the Cuban's gone to the collar, and the Russians come across the Osada, but losing the top on the way through.
Well, Silva Morales really, he's gone into the ground, but I don't think he really has much interest of being down in the ground.
Didn't look like it then.
At all. It was just a little bit of a rest, I think, there. But there's a lot of work, there's a lot of studying of each other in this contest. There's a lot of sense of feel, and they're both reacting on each other's movements here. They're not giving 100% out there with the attack. They're actually like touching the leg or twisting the hip or the hand is moving. And both are actually reacting quite big based on the other person's movement.
It's a test, yes.
So Uchimata attempt there.
That's really interesting in this situation because it's left, right, but they've got equal grips.
Yes.
So someone's going to have a superior technique, or they're going to have to open up the other person for their superior
It's at
technique.
this stage you watch this match and you go, can someone not be gutsy enough to just change and do something that's going to make a difference in this contest? At this moment, it's flatlining. Neither one are capable of actually finishing anything because they're not doing enough to get that finish. They're just doing enough to stay in at an even playing field.
It's so difficult, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to lose, but you have to, you know.
But it's like you don't want to lose, but you don't want to win either. And for me, it's like you have somewhere along the line, you have to be brave.
That's it.
You have to have the guts
to
go and believe in yourself, to just get in there and do what you're good at. And Kalmutsiev is
his brother had that yesterday. He had a hand injury in the earlier rounds and saw it through. He said at the press conference after, and he had the bronze medal, he was happy enough with that.
Yes.
Disappointed, of course, that he was injured and couldn't show his judo and was limited. So let's see if his brother's made of the same stuff, and let's see what the Cuban can do to respond now. It's been a lot of feeling. So it's golden score. The first score will win. No penalties, no scores.
Well,
clean sheets. Here we go. Russians driving. Uchigari.
Well, you see that grip roundabout.
He changed That's a change now, around the back.
I thought he might have gone with that, but again, that was a good opportunity. He had a grip, but he just wasn't brave enough to get that hip in there and go for it.
The trouble being tentative in the golden score like this, if it goes for so long, it's just so energy sapping, and you're going to need that energy in future rounds. So, however, you can only take one fight at a time.
Yes, that's correct. Well, I think the Russian is a little bit more calculated here in what he's doing. Every move he's making, it's a build-up. There
we go, Uchimata, here we come.
And the Uchimata, a good attack.
Just couldn't rotate.
But he was setting that up. You could see with the footwork, the way he was moving from side to side, it was trying to get his opponent to move towards the leg so he didn't actually have to step in deep enough to get the Uchimata. Where the Cuban doesn't seem to have a game plan here.
He doesn't really, he's just seeing what he can get.
He's not got a game plan. It's like caution to the wind. When his opponent attacks, he then throws something else in that could... He's powerful enough, but he's not really instigating. He's not instigating anything at this moment.
Yeah.
He's just reacting off somebody setting it up.
Maybe that's what's got him to this place now, is he trusts his good reactions. Maybe that's his
judo.
Well,
the problem is if he waits too long, he might get caught off the attack, or he might get penalised for waiting far too long. So
absolutely, he's got to go. Cuban around the back, both around the back. Kosoto attempt.
Well, both hands on the hips there for the Cuban.
Oh, yeah, and the Russian gets
it. Nice,
he's too good in that situation.
Yeah, that was a nice finish there. But you could see there was a game plan. He knew what he was trying to do. I think it was quite obvious in that contest, and especially in the golden score. Everything he was doing had a sort of a reason behind it. It was very calculated. The Cuban was fighting, but I don't think he had a game plan in that golden score. I don't think he really knew what he was going to be capable of doing. And again, that's just down to experience.
Yes.
That's all down to experience. The more you fight, the more understanding you have of your ability.
And the judo system you come from too. What's the coaching and the development you go through to get to this position to represent your country.
And the Russians, they like that sort of closeness. They feel comfortable when the hips are engaged together, that you can get under and work from the core rather than just the arms. But lovely
There's
finish
the top view
there.
of that decisive technique.
He waited.
In the golden score. Wait.
He pulled the pressure. He was getting the counter.
He stopped. A lot of people will be uncomfortable in that position. Now he's just I mean, the Kawuchi was good. It rocked. He wasn't in a good position, but he still was
Feast
good enough
was
to
in a terrible position there.
finish with the top of body there.
Just shows you what
there he
core
is.
strength he's got.
Yeah.
Because that angle, he was going down. He'd lost his balance. He'd lost the footing. But what he did have, it was the upper body control and the core strength to be able to turn and lift that. That was actually a really interesting match. Now we have Zank here representing Slovenia in the white. We have Nashvili in the blue representing Georgia.
Second Georgian under, well, there's 2 Georgian under 90 kilogram players.
Yeah, Gavinivashvili, junior world champion. He's a lovely judo player. He's nice. Sianagis.
Satemi attempt, tight. Locks it up. No chance of, no other progression there. Yes, I think Georgia are hoping for a medal today from one of their players.
Yes, yes. I think as they go through the heavyweights, they've got a few opportunities in their team to pick up some world medals.
As are the other countries, of course.
Yes,
but the Georgians now with 2 players in this division, just hoping one will do enough.
Mm. Well, we've got some very, very strong nations out there, Japan being one of them. France is also another strong. And when you've got one Frenchman, that's strong enough. You've got one Japanese, it's very strong. But then when you've actually got 2, that's even harder, isn't it?
Indeed. Drop down, Satemi attempt, but the George straight onto the arm.
Slovenians straight in, and the Slovenians are very good in their Niwaza. They're very competent, they're very creative in what they can achieve down there. Seen some lovely moves from the Slovenians in the Niwaza. And they've had a lot of success, especially in the women, for such a small nation.
Indeed. In the heart of Europe, European judo.
Temiwaza there, lovely control.
He did well to get out of that.
Well,
bounced around off all sorts of his body.
Good aerial awareness from the Georgian. You can see there. Looked like he was in, well, the head gave a little bit of it. He was head first, well, face first, really.
Yes.
As he went over there, he actually stopped that with his face.
I think so.
Not intentionally, I don't think, either.
And used that to push his body off to stop any further, rotation the wrong way. They're from a pedigree there. The coach on the side of the Georgians, a former world champion and Olympic champion himself. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce his name. The Georgian's got a penalty there. I'm not sure.
Well, he's head dived.
He's arched his back and he's been disqualified for the back arch. Prevent rotating onto the back.
It was using his head to stop him from going over.
Yeah.
When we saw he used the face, he landed on his face and then went back.
I think it's harsh because he was drawn down as a Temiwaza.
Yeah,
he had no choice in that.
I didn't think it was an intentional, but the rule is there, and solely to protect the athlete.
Yes. So there's the arch. It's a back arch. But
he stuck his head out.
Oh.
We'll see at another angle here, but look, deliberately the head. He stuck the head out.
Ah, yes. Hear the howls of protest from the Georgians. Well, almost got to be looking for that arch to disqualify the guy from that. But I guess his hand was down there. Then his head. It is an arch.
Yeah.
And that's the rule.
Yeah. And the rule's there to protect the athlete from doing it.
Exactly.
Otherwise, we're looking at something very serious.
Absolutely. He probably doesn't even know he did it.
No, when he looks at that, he'll realise when he wakes up tomorrow morning what a sore neck means.
Georgians in the crowd there, a big section of Georgians out to support their athletes, just
And the thing is, it is hard because you see it so quickly, but it was a good call for the referee there. And now we have Kwok of Korea in the white and Brown of the USA in the blue. Now Brown's had a very good performance earlier on. He defeated Bubanja in the previous match. It was a bit of a battle, but showed some really nice judo there and a lot of determination. A very fit American guy, I might say.
I think Brown's been around for a couple of years on the international circuit. He's probably starting to come into his own, find his strengths.
Guak defeated Stolica of Romania in the previous round. Again, that was a very tough match, but a convincing win for Guak at the end. There's been some very strong competitors fighting in this weight, 71 competitors in fact, and I don't think there's been one, what you would say has been a bit of a pushover or an easy match.
Lovely drop down Sianagi by the Korean there to score.
So Guak now takes a nice lead, and here we have it. Continue to roll there to get that Wazari. So a nice start and a good, comfortable lead. 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in this contest. And Guak from Korea leads with a Wazari. Now the American really now has to start coming into this contest. Is really struggling to get two hands on his opponent here. Needs to start taking a little bit of notion of getting out there first, and it's always easy to say, but sometimes you've got to, we've seen in previous matches in the past couple of days that psychologically a turnaround of someone just giving back rather than taking all the time changes the concept of their opponent, and they start having that little bit of a fear factor. But it's like someone's giving it out all the time. They get more and more confident in doing that.
It's much harder to change the momentum
back.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful low
there.
tie Toshi, fast.
Beautifully executed there. As now he sort of works in the ground. He's looking for an opportunity to finish this off in the Niwaza. I don't think he was very interested there. He did that wrong, but he was too busy looking at the clock to make sure what time he's got and if that was a score.
Now Brown not getting a look in and incurring the penalty.
Well, Brown's starting to look a little bit frustrated. We've seen Mike Swain, Olympic medalist himself. There is the coach for Brown.
So yeah, Brown's grip's being frustrated. The Korean happy to
well, he hasn't got his sleeve. He's getting frustrated. He can't break that grip. One is just all over him. He's just arms and wrapping him up, and Brown's just trying to back out and get away from him so he can start feeling like he's got some control. Even the attacks, he's attacking with no grip. Which is
threatening.
Not threatening, but it's quite dangerous as well, because you leave yourself wide open for a counter.
Or a negative attack situation to referees assess. Yeah, Brown's got to win the grips to show his judo. Got to do something different here.
Well, he looks a little bit more livelier here now, the American.
Well, he probably knows what he has to do, but he's just having trouble doing it.
Yeah,
I think
that's
being frustrated by.
Well, he knows he's got 30 seconds. He's got 30 seconds to make a difference.
And the Koreans look so stable in the situation.
Solid.
Just have a solid stance and balance, and whereas Brown looks less stable.
Yeah.
And the Korean's happy in this situation because he knows Brown's incurring the penalties. He's a score ahead. He's not got any penalties himself. He's happy with how it is now.
The American most probably is going through his head right now. What can I do?
And Good puts in an attack. That stops the American attacking. You know, nothing's happening here except the clock's going down.
No. Now, the thing is, there was no purpose of that. He went over the top. Brown took the belt, took the lapel, dragged him. Well, what for? You're not going to get a score. But by doing 1, 2, 3, that's 3 seconds gone from your time. That's valuable seconds that if you just left him be, it's a mate. Clock stops. So tactically, he needs to start thinking about these sort of things. What's the priority? So Guak goes through to the next round of the men's 90 kilos with a Wazari, and we'll see the highlights of that Wazari very soon. A very frustrating loss there for the American, but there's a lot that can be gained from that experience when he looks back on video replay is there's room for improvement.
I think he'll be disappointed, Loretta. That he just didn't get a grip that he could pursue an attack from.
There you have it. That's the winning score. He dropped right underneath his opponent, taking the sleeves in the first minute and a quarter of that contest. It was just the speed of entry, the momentum that he kept pushing off, because the entry itself was just off. He could have gotten a little bit deeper. If he'd gone in a deeper, he most probably would have had it on anyway. Zilka now coming up for Slovak in the white. Elias from Libyan in the blue.
Hungarian referee insisting on the proper protocol of bowing before the match. I don't know much about Lebanese judo.
Well, this athlete he had a battle in the last match that he had against. Let me see where it was. It was against the Canadian. Greba Gagnon from Canada, and that was a real battle, a really big battle, and but he was quite impressive. He was quite an impressive lad.
Well, it is impressive to be in the third round of the 90 kilogram event at the World Championships.
He's a lot more stockier, he's more compact. His opponent's got that height advantage, but at this moment doesn't seem to use it to his advantage. Someone with such long arms and long legs. If it was me, you'd be over the top, and the Uchimatas and the Osorogaris using those to your advantage, but...
Zilka hasn't found his rhythm yet.
No.
And after a minute, he needs to start finding it to get himself into the match.
Well, he defeated Urira earlier on, and then Jacko of Finland to get to this point.
Look at that. As soon as he changed the grip, the Lebanese went after the drop-down Sistemi. So Zilka just not finding the grip that he needs. The Lebanese pulling in Zilka's right arm, nullifying what power it has. Okay, so he's got the collar now. He's on the inside. There's a sleeve, but the Lebanese has gone first, and it's a drop down. Sode on the left, and Sweden scores.
Well, the Slovak, he just set it all up for him, didn't he, really?
Yeah.
He got the lapel, he got the sleeve. He was like, right, let me go, let me go. He waited too long. And before you know it, the Libyan was right in going, thank you very much. So, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Now wake up, Slovak.
And Shido.
Just waited too long. Totally underestimated the power that's generated through those hips for the Libyan. It came underneath and just thought, you're just playing into my little hand.
Game. Yes. So not only did he get a Ozari scored against him, but he's got a penalty as well, and he's on two penalties now. So he's really on thin ice at this moment with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the contest. Elias here from Libyan taking the lead, and now, but very comfortable he'll be. And now the Slovak's got the back grip.
So 1 minute, just under 2 minutes remaining now in this contest. There's still a long way to go. Libyan really has to still put the knee. Comes in with a Sodi, drops underneath his opponent. Again, another great attack. Zilka just riding off the Sianagis. He's been threatened now, and he's been scored against with those hips. So he needs to have you would have thought that had been the wake-up call for him.
So I'm just doing a little research here, Loretta, on Elias of Lebanon. Second place at the Asian Championships in 2016. Buenos Aires Pan American Open 2017, first place. So he's got some experience.
And He knows what it's like to be a bit of a winner as well. So
so far, he's winning this match.
yes, and he's got 1 minute and 16 seconds. I think the longer this goes, Zilka is becoming more and more frustrated in this match. And he's thrown, the danger is he's so tall, but he's trying to throw the arms over the top. And when he does, he's actually just throwing himself onto those hips. So he's got to really be careful here. But
straight away he's in the inferior position.
Two Shidos as well down, which doesn't make things
Elias
easier
is holding that
for
arm
himself.
down, and Zilka hasn't got the posture or the position for it. And there he goes with the drop Sianagi. So he can't do anything, and then Elias also attacks and further prevents him from doing anything. He must feel this match is slipping away from him.
Well, the longer it goes, the harder it becomes now, because what we're going to get is the mindset where you can be very clear in your mind where you're going and what you're planning to do. Now panic starts setting in and you become frustrated, and you then start to chase. And when you're chasing onto someone who's actually got cracking Sianagis and good hip work,
just open yourself right up for getting slammed.
That just puts yourself, especially when you're that tall,
yes.
You're just flying on top of them, aren't you? It's just not a good combination. Well, 20 seconds to go. The Libyan takes, well, he'll take another Shido for that, which will even it all up, and goodness hope he doesn't just, well, he's a lucky, lucky man. That's all I can say with that one, because that was a deliberate drop to the ground. Kosota.
Good attempt there. That was a good attack.
That was his last attempt. I don't think he's going to get another shot.
But that's it.
The Libyan can run around. He can get the penalty. 4 seconds.
So one of the fans has just contacted me, letter saying that Elias Nassif from Lebanon is Brazilian, of Lebanese parents. He speaks Portuguese.
Well, that's
and lived in Brazil most of his life. Not sure he speaks Arabic. So always interesting to hear the personal story behind some of these athletes.
Yes.
Obviously Lebanese nationality, but trained in a very strong judo system.
Very strong judo system, that's right. And well, that was a good win, a very convincing win, and he moves through into the next round, where he'll be up against the Korean.
So that's another tall, long-limbed opponent.
Yep.
But a slightly different caliber one, I think, Loretta, after what we just saw. So good experience for the Slovakian.
And there you have the highlights. Those.
He's had some places at European events, but he's a younger guy, and I think this is probably one of his biggest challenges in his career so far. And, you know, he's made it through to the third round, so no shame in that.
Well, that was a lovely Sodi, and it was a great finish there. It'll be interesting to see how he actually competes against the Korean, because, again, the Korean's very tall. That might just suit him quite nicely.
It might. Stronger posture.
Yes.
So
now here we have the quarterfinals of the under 78 kilo category. Gallion representing Italy in the white, Verkerk representing the Netherlands in the blue. These two have had some excellent performances here today, but the Italian, I think, has been exceptional. She's had a real battle in every match, but so determined throughout the competition to get to this point. She's up against a very experienced Dutch girl. Well, Stenhouse defeated, Gallion defeated Stenhouse, who was the number one seed today. So that was one of the turning points for this Italian as far as confidence was concerned. And now she meets another Dutch opponent.
Italians must have been buoyed by the performance of Mark Oncini yesterday with the silver medal, the men's under 81. It was a big lift for the team, a medal.
Oh, like definitely. Like what we were talking about the Germans as well.
Oh, good attack there. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you get the sense the country and the judo system, there's a whole family and there's a big celebration within when
Oh,
somebody
definitely.
gets
It's a
a
very
medal.
close team, and you see them work so well, like a real judo family. And Gallion, she's a hard worker. She gives a lot out in every match. It's 110%, and she's probably not always the strongest, technically the better athlete. But where she misses out in the technical expertise, she gives in so much more in her determination, her conditioning, and her strengths. She's a very, very strong-minded athlete, and she will not be fazed knowing that this Dutch girl is a very strong athlete. She's got the results under her belt. On paper, most probably is the biggest favourite to go through, but you can't underestimate.
Detract from the intensity the Italians bring to the task, the
Yeah.
passion.
Very passionate people in general, aren't they?
They are.
And they're actually a pleasure to watch on a judo mat because they're so passionate, and this flows through all the team. And they've had such success over the years, and this young lady has had a great performance. So a real gripping battle going on here at the moment. As you can see, Verke just looks to be dominating the control and movement of on the mat here. Gallion's
Both look
just
pretty stable and
reacting.
pretty comfortable in the current situation. It's a question, I guess, who's going to open up. That's a fantastic attack.
That was a nice
Ridden
strong
well
opening.
by Gaglioni, though.
Well, some sound advice there from a very experienced coach that's produced some fine athletes over the years. Gaglioni there, she's got a very nice strong grip there, as you can see. That right hand high on the collar. She draws, and the Ashiwaza following through on the other side. Nice combination.
Very unsettling for a player to nearly be thrown with the foot.
Yeah,
footwork.
Haruma Kikomi there as she works her way again into the Niwaza. Now there was a bit of a glimmer of what we were hoping to get from the Italian. For that 30 seconds, there was she dominated that bit. So there's glimmer of hope from both sides. There's only one Shido on the board, and that's actually for the Italian. But up until now, this could rock either way.
Yes, it's good stand-up judo, and they're both...
The Italian once more, very strong
both
grip
look
on
like
that
they can
shoulder.
throw.
Ducks under their opponent.
Yes, looks like it'll go to golden score.
Oh, definitely.
All right, who's going to crack first?
Well, do you know what, Gaglioni? She works well under pressure. She really does.
Yes.
She's got a very, very strong mind, and she's physically capable of going to golden score and going for a long time. So
one of the Italian coaches was telling me that some of the mindset they try to bring to the competition is each break or each segment exchange is a new fight.
yes.
You try and have the mindset it's a new fight, so you're fighting from an even position and from the start each time.
What I actually like about the Italian here is that she's actually got very clever feet. She works as well as the big throw, like the Cianagis and the Uchimatas that she can display. She's actually very clever with her feet.
Yep.
And I think a good judo player, if they can have that combination of both, it creates the openings and they look as if they can move their opponents around the mat. And it just
It's a
gives
great
them
skill.
more, gives them more opportunity. And Gaglioni has better feet.
Yes,
She has better feet.
generally got to be well
She
balanced to
works
have
better.
good feet.
Yeah.
And
She's
good
a lot
movement.
more grounded.
Breaks the other person up,
Yeah.
gives combination opportunities.
Definitely.
And you can get very efficient nippons, as we saw earlier today.
Oh, definitely. What we saw earlier on with their excitement with the Cuban.
Cuban in the golden
Still,
score.
yeah.
That was huge.
Well, that was... The
No, I
Italian's
don't think
got to be
Taryn's too
careful.
worried. Yeah, she's got to
She
be careful.
needs-
It doesn't look worried,
She's
does
not
she?
controlled the upper body yet,
No.
so she's trying to get the leg out, but she really hasn't secured that head. And that's one thing she needs to do. And we see this happening all the time. It's most probably one of the frustrating things that you ever see. Look, straight away.
And
You
I
get the
think
leg out and the next thing
Gallioni
they're
knew
out.
that as well.
All that
She was sitting there
effort,
just saving the energy.
It's effortless. Do you know what I mean? All the effort
Yep.
for what?
Yep.
Because you didn't do the most simplest thing, and that is tie up the head, tie up the upper part of the body. So 101 minutes. You've got 1 minute
good
and
attack.
38 seconds remaining in this contest, and Gallioni straight onto the back. Doesn't want to really mess around down in the Niwaza. Possibly want to just reserve that energy to the Tachiwaza.
Yes, and sometimes the attacking by the opponent stops you attacking, and that's sometimes what it takes to give the other person the penalty. Now, that's a bit of a drop, but
she's
it's
got
still
to
going.
move in. Oh.
Yeah, so it's certainly not negative.
I was like you, straight. That first initial entry was as slow as a fortnight, but it just shows you how powerful she really is to keep that. How slow it was not generating the power. She dropped, and then the power came secondary. Again, working with the Ashiwaza, trying to break up her opponent's balance.
Yes.
So allowing her to come through
we
with
go.
the big Harai Uchimata combination. She's piling a little bit of pressure on.
Osoto, and she's been dragged in. What's happened there? Why has she gone to ground?
Well, we're in 2 minutes
She's got
and
away with it.
28 in the golden score. There's a real battle going on, and it really is who can compose themselves, who can just not allow this pressure to just overwhelm them.
I think Gallioni needs to
She's
make
a
sure she
Judo
doesn't get
down,
behind
she's
in
at
attacks.
disadvantage.
Yes.
But she needs to now start putting the attack, because the Dutch girl is
doing
going
the
to
work.
play a tactical
Yes,
game here.
Yeah. If she can
She's
out-attack her and stop
touching the
Gallioni
feet,
doing anything positive,
she's
she'll
moving, but she's not
Gallioni
really.
get the-
There's a nice attack though, and the referee's going to be counting that. That's one now for the Netherlands.
Well, I think the Netherlands have had the
Possibly
the
here.
last three maybe strong attacks, and it's making
Yes.
Gallioni look passive,
Yeah.
and they're getting that ominous adjust your gi signal.
Adjust your gi always makes you just that unsettling period, isn't it? And the
And he's-
Italian coach is not
He's
sure
not
either.
too confident.
And
Yeah,
there it
the
is.
Dutch coach body language says it all.
That's it.
That's it for the Italian. A lot of heart, both players, but unfortunately for the Italians, it'll be the Netherlands that advance. And a good win by Verkerk. She played well. She fought her heart out.
And
out
she's
attacked
like
the
pointing
Italian.
to her head as if to say, I need to
Like-
get that sorted, I think.
You think? Or it's all in the head? Yes. Why?
She's a very experienced fighter, but I just think she allowed the Italian to get inside. She took a little bit of pressure, where she's a confident athlete. She's actually very competent. She's got the results under her belt. She knows what she's capable of achieving. But at that moment, there were some glimmers that she allowed the Italian to take the lead. Where we have now,
Nevertheless, she prevailed.
we have the quarterfinals of the under-78s. Now, this will be a very interesting Otomashi, which was the one that gave me a sore throat. Fighting.
Tamachi in the white and Umeki from Japan in the blue.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting match. This was the battle that went on for minutes and minutes with the Cuban.
Yeah, whereas Umeki's match was over in 40 seconds.
Exactly, so...
Went out, down, Naowaza, finish. Can't imagine that would happen in this fight. But Umeki must be, feeling fresh.
Yeah. But she might be, if she'd watched that match with June, well, that's enough to make anyone worry. Because what she generated after minutes of golden score, and look what she's doing now, she's just all over her.
She's just invading Umeki's space.
Oh, gosh. It's like one of these situations. If I'm attacking, they're defending. If I'm attacking, they're running away.
Best form of defence.
So it's the best way. You just get in there first before they hit you. And this is exactly, she's just going like a Duracell bunny. She's non-stop. It's like the athletes her opponents get totally frustrated because they can't settle her. They can't stop her
can't get the hands on, can't
long
find
enough
the position.
to be able to throw her.
Oh, she's grabbed the leg there.
Well,
and a good
nice bit
Sankaku
of
rollover by Meki. Meki's showing some good ground skills here, and it's Osakomi.
That's it.
And she's tapped.
And she's tapped up. A nice bit of judo, and it was all over and done with very swiftly there. But that's the experience and the quality of a judoka that has not only tachiwaza, but has niwaza.
And has the red back patch, Loretta.
Yes. It goes with it. But we've seen so many gold patches and red patches, and they've gone out.
That's right. It's no guarantee.
There's no guarantees that that's what's going to prevail. But
now, I was just trying to look for the time there on that match because Meki really did finish that up fairly quickly, and I didn't predict that, but it wasn't as quick as the last match I saw, but because the Cuban there really put up a good fight for the time that she fought, but Meki closed it down. And there in the highlights you see the submission. I guess it was strangling.
Very easily done, swiftly. But I think the Cuban has got a very good chance of taking the bronze medal. I really do.
And back to the men's under 90 kilogram class on mat 1 in round 4. Alexander Kukoli from Serbia will play Tural Safguliev of Azerbaijan.
It's the fourth round of, well, you can just tell that there's obviously a Hungarian on the mat at the same time, because it's absolutely deafening here in this arena as we're trying to...
I'm trying not to take my eyes off this match, but I can tell you that Christian Toff has just prevailed over Mamadi.
Uchimata, lovely Uchimata for...
Mamadi of Azerbaijan.
Yeah. Kukulia there looking to have the real height advantage. Quite a tall lad here for this weight category, under 90 kilos. Savguliev there battling away, trying to get those arms from overreaching upon him. And the Serbian, as you can see, trying to do something a little bit special there in the knees as he rotates him over. And turns him over like a wee baby there.
Well, he's got him around the neck.
Arms.
And he's tapping at the strangle.
Fantastic.
And he just let that happen.
He just turned the Azerbaijan over as if he was just a baby.
He did.
Those long arms were totally wrapped around.
It was like a Sankaku Jimmy with the arms.
Oh, it was a total advantage of having long arms and long legs. Well, full credit, the Serbian.
Well, Savguliev didn't see that coming.
No, definitely. He's totally shocked with just what's happened to him there.
Very good win to the Serbian.
Definitely. And look at the height advantage that guy has. And there's the highlights of that, where you can see, look at, he's actually done like a figure of 4 on his own arms.
Yes.
And then wrapped up, but look at the arm, his forearm is straight across the neck.
Very interesting angle. So he's using both his arms there to get the torsion on the side of the neck.
Well, the arm has actually gone through, right through the back to grab his own forearm.
Yes.
But his forearm is actually caught on the side of the neck. So he's actually done a figure 4 and piled the pressure and rotated his opponent. As soon as he's got that rotation, he's got that submission. Absolutely, a lovely bit of niwaza there. Gantulga, there we have a Mongolia, and Germans again up there in the 4th round. Tekic.
Now, Tekic was looking decidedly tired in that last fight.
Yes.
So let's see what if he's regenerated.
Gantulga, he's had a good lovely
attempt.
counter there.
Sode countered by the Mongolian.
But the German right down there in the
Straight in for the strangle.
but across the face there. The referee obviously seen it from that angle and stopped it immediately on the roll.
Fair enough.
The Mongolian there, as you can see, that left hand high on the collar, drawing the opponent's head down.
He's tried the Sode again, and the Mongolians tried to ride it. And
he tried the Sodi, but he actually left his the Sodi arm behind. His body came forward, but the shoulder got stretched. Just lost his balance completely. And as we know, with the Sodi, you need to start driving with the arm first, and the body comes after it. His body went in and left his arm behind him.
Indeed. So quite a lot of blood from the nose there from Tekic, and I think he had that problem in the last round.
He had. Remember, there was that pause in the last round that he had to get medical attention. I don't know whether it was from the chin or was it in the mouth.
Got quite a bit of blood from the nose this time, so it looks like could be a little break. He's going to have to plug it and then tape it up, I think, with that amount of blood, because you get a couple of chances to do that, and after that, you can be disqualified.
Well, Gantulga there is out in the centre and trying to stay focused, and as you say, in the zone. And here we have sort of the...
Yes, and I think the Mongolians probably would have hoped for a counter score there.
Well, it was the way you landed there. That one could have gone either way. Did the Sodi, but lost control. The arm was a little bit loose. But he landed, the Mongolian landed first, so there wasn't any...
On the side.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
Pretty hard to call that one, so no disadvantage to either player through that.
Well, I think it was a 50-50 because you could see quite obviously that it was the Mongolians' effort to try and take him back in the counter. So,
nevertheless, the Mongolians got the Wazari now and play commencing.
Well, that's very strong. Left hand high collar grip the Mongolian gets. It's always very effective when he gets it, but you can see the German straight away trying to keep that down, keeping the arm out to block, to stop that reach, but the Mongolian's very long-limbed and it's going to be difficult to stop that by just blocking underneath. Needs to keep the sleeve down rather than allowing it to ride. The Ouchigari
counted.
Upper body control. Yep. The Mongolian with that left hand on is what's going to be the danger. For the German, tactically, he needs to keep the left sleeve down and he needs to start working from there.
So I'm not sure why he's got that unless it's deemed a leg grab. I think the German was looking for the belt grip and started with the Ouchi and looking then for the lift.
Yes.
After the reaction to the Ouchi. Just the way Richard Troutman, the coach there, sat up and with his body language, I think he's indicating that.
Well, now you see they've got the left sleeve.
He's got to watch that.
German tactically now going to trying to control that left sleeve to avoid it coming over the top. He knows that that is the real danger. We're just coming up to 2 minutes remaining in this contest.
He's looking too passive now. He's doing it tough against Gantulga.
Well, Gantulga still maintaining a Wazari lead with just under 2 minutes remaining in this contest. For the German, he needs to keep that left sleeve. For me, that's the major danger in this contest.
Now the German's gone over the back and the collar. Looking to draw the upper body in with the Mongolian. Mongolian then erecting with a hip throw to get himself out of that situation. Just feeling the German exert some control through that gripping. He goes again.
Well, he throws both of them, opting the high collar. But as you can see, the German getting lost in his gi.
Yeah.
And
the referee
the
possibly would
Mongolian
stop that.
just trying to ruffle his feathers a little bit down there and make him look quite passive. A bit of a tactical ploy there, but sometimes that can backfire if it is so negative that all you look to be seen to do is drag, drag, drag. You're not actually trying to engage to throw. And if you can also get penalised for that. So it's difficult.
That's it for the German.
So there's the final
it
Shido.
did actually pay off to the Mongolian that time.
Definitely.
And the way I was seeing that, Loretta, I just thought the German was looking for the back and the lower grip to get the upper body of the Mongolian.
It was always going to be that left sleeve. That was always the danger. Every time, even on the score, as you can see there, the left sleeve, the right sleeve on that one was what was pulling him back, but the left sleeve coming over the top was what was killing him.
So unfortunate there for the German. Tekic now going out, fourth round. Mongolia progresses.
Well, now we have the under-90s, which is the Kalmuziev representing Russia in the white and Zank representing Slovenia in the blue. Well, there has been some real battles in this competition, and these two gentlemen know what all that is about. They've had some rounds that have been quite challenging in previous matches. Zank, as you can see, his fingers are all strapped up at the moment, but bit of a gripping problem just there. Looked a little bit uncomfortable. Kalmuziev there, looking a lot more composed in this contest. Zank trying to control the sleeves to avoid that right hand coming over the top, but he's not managed to do that. Well, very surprised there because the Russian picks up the Shido, but I would have thought that for that defensive, trying to avoid the arm coming over the top, Zank should have actually received 1-2, but both gripping up at the fingers, either one of them trying to avoid their opponents coming over the back. There the hand is, their right hand, the high collar, elbow normally tucked in. It's a very strong, controlling grip for the Russian when he gets it.
We're just looking at the histories of the players, Loretta, and the Russian, of course, having got first place at the Ho-Hot Grand Prix in 2017, whereas Zank has managed third places, bronze medals at, for example, the Paris Grand Prix in 2017.
Well, to get a medal in Paris is some feat as well, isn't it? Is one of the, most probably one of the strongest events of the year, apart from like a World Championships or
indeed
Masters tournament. It's one of those you put up there on the top. That right hand over the top there is again for the Russian. It's a really good grip, and he has the Uchigari Uchimata combination that comes from that.
It's fairly traditional Japanese judo from the Russian, but you could see he had the characteristic sort of Russian technique.
Yeah,
you know,
they've got a few. The Russians have had a few different coaches in, and then some European coaches, and one of the Patrick Roux is one of the French coaches that is now working with the Russians, and his influence, his judo is very, very influenced through Japanese judo. very, very influenced through that. Patrick Roux worked with Great Britain for some time, and he's more Japanese than the Japanese. That's all I would say. He's very traditionalist.
But we saw in the last fight, though, that Kalmuzaev really could get something out of an unfavourable situation when he countered through the Cuban with that big.
Oh, definitely.
Kalmuzaev
there he's got a Shido now. He's at Shido at the moment. It's 50 seconds remaining in this contest. It looks like this could go to the golden score. The Slovenian just trying to avoid that right hand, because you can see the block stopping the right hand from coming over the top, which is always, obviously he knows that that's the big danger. So the Russian really is coming in with just one hand on. So he's turning his back. He's powerful enough to turn without getting countered, but he really hasn't got much of a finish.
It's funny because it's nearly 4 minutes down, and it'd be hard to say what have been the highlights of this this contest so far. It's just been.
It's a very tactical match between both these two. They know, especially for the Slovenian, he knows he's most probably not the strongest of athletes, but his tactical awareness and his ability to be able to control this contest to benefit himself is very, very good judo. And it's not easy when someone is as strong as this Russian is to be able to do that. And
not at all.
But
so it's played
here
a good match.
Again, you've got that right hand once more, and that's the danger for the Slovenian.
And now they're moving a bit more lateral fashion around the mat.
Side
more opportunity
skip.
for a technique now. And
so
it's gone back the other way.
A lovely,
yes! He's clinched it. Gosh.
Well, that was lovely. The side skip was there. The Russian was looking for the Ashiwaza, but he forgot that as he was side skipping, he left himself wide open for that Oso Tagari on the opposite side. He
got his arm down, stopped it initially, and then the Slovenian, sorry.
But it was the grip. They both had high collar grips, and it was the right to right, and the right hand was just in a right position to be able to do the Oso Tagari off that skip. And that was a nice bit of judo from the Slovenian, and what a bit of an upset that was. I think on paper, Russia would have been the favourite.
Russia will be disappointed,
yes.
And the athlete himself. He knows he made a mistake.
Oh, definitely. That was a big... See the skip.
Here it is again.
Skip.
Right to right, him.
And that's the problem. Went right to right, and because
look at this, his leg's crossed. His leg goes back. He can't get off it. He's got his hand down, but he just rotates it through. He keeps driving with the driving leg, and wow, right across the back. Really comprehensive score to finish the golden score period.
Nice bit of judo there, and it flowed. That was what was lovely. It was like a wee little dance routine. It was that skip, skip. The right hand was in position. The Russian was going one way, had his mind set on doing most probably the opposite, exactly the same on the opposite side. But he didn't anticipate that it was going to backfire him on the opposite way. So Guak here now in white representing Korea. And this is the Libyan again once more that obviously spends most of his time in Brazil when he's training. And Elias in the blue.
I guess this is a question we had after the last fight from Elias. When he overpowered a longer, taller opponent, could he do the same feat with the Korean?
Yes. Now he likes the tall athletes. He can get underneath him. It suits his style of judo. He's actually he's like an OXO cube on legs. He's solid. He's square, and it's like a dice. It's really difficult to roll them over, isn't it, when you've got square ends?
Yes, it's hard to guess. I guess TV makes people look bigger, But these are big, strong people.
Oh, he drops
and drop
underneath
down
there. That's a
good
nice
drop down
attack
technique.
from the Korean.
Not a kick, but he's push away with the leg intended there.
Mm. Seems so focused, this Olympian. Catches the sleeve, the Oso Tagari. Like a bit of a tank, really. He's solid, isn't he? The Korean stays very light on his feet. He stays very open with the arms.
But a
He's
very
got
well poised and balanced posture.
Yeah, he's got a lovely control in the inside.
Not getting
he's
locked
got
down.
that lifeline.
Ow!
Whoa!
Nearly.
Well, the Libyan did very well, didn't he? His awareness
He
as
went
he
faster
spun.
than the attack himself.
Exactly. He spun well out of that. But for a big lad, he moved very well there, didn't he?
Indeed. Surprisingly quick.
And the Korean once more, he's sort of got that arm on, he's got that lifeline, he's controlling it. And he's playing a bit of a waiting game. Now, he obviously, loses the contact.
He doesn't want to get in there too close, does he? He's just
well, you would have seen the previous
position.
matches. Those Sienagis are quite deadly, aren't they, for Ilalis?
This Korean's just putting one in from some distance there, just to keep the attack rate up and keep the, I guess, offensive action.
Yeah. Elias is trying to get that lapel sleeve. Whoa, well, Elias did the cross grip, left himself a little bit vulnerable of the Korean coming in and blocking that cross grip, which meant that he actually couldn't come back out of it. He was in and he was stuck in a situation that when the Korean followed it through.
Another on the other side by the Korean this time. That should score.
Did it again.
Yes.
Exactly the same thing. That cross grip is deadly for the Libyan.
No score given.
His aerial awareness is amazing, considering he's had some really strong attacks put against him, and he's been able to just spin out.
And a
Sutemi, yeah, Sutemi
attempt,
was there, and
not a bad attack.
35 seconds remaining in this contest. Again, another hard fought fight. Korean there with the left hand on the lapel.
Over the arm. Now, what's he doing here with the arm? Is there he's got a strong purchase on the arm. He's got some leverage.
That over, but he's only actually got it from the elbow below.
Yeah.
So he lost the effect. It was very close from an arm lock in a standing position down into the niwaza, and that's always a real danger. That it's a disqualification if it starts standing and follows through, but. Well, we're now into the golden score.
Pretty even so far, you'd have to say.
Yes, I wouldn't count this one. I don't know which way this is going to go. So far, the Korean looks very, very strong in the grips. He's been closer to actually scoring, but based on the previous matches, you just can't write this Libyan off at all. He's capable of throwing himself. He's very compact.
He's less predictable.
And he's got such...
He's got a repertoire.
He's such speed. His reactions are very, very sharp. Although the sharpness is avoiding being thrown, but still he has that sharpness that if he just got going...
Over the arm again. Osoto is Makakomi. Sutemi Waza. No score.
A little bit scrappy there.
And you'd like to see this settled with a score rather than a penalty.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Drops in
nice,
Agi.
nice attack off the collars.
Spun out of it like a cat.
Had one side, it was a good attack, and he spun out.
Well,
Looked like he was going off the so-called wrong side there to towards the shoulders, but he spun around and got onto the front.
he's got such aerial
very good.
awareness. And it is like such cat-like. He gets thrown and he spins and lands on all feet. And you're just going, well, even a cat has 9 lives. And so far he's got 5 taken away from him.
Yes. That's looking a bit negative now from Elias, but I think on the run of play that'd be harsh to get a penalty there.
Yeah.
And they let it go.
Elias
is on the one side now on the arm, puts the Osato out. We know the Satemi comes after that. Makakomi attempt now, not strong. Obviously they're getting tired. What's left?
Well, this is really what it's all about. This is where it'll come down to who will win, is about the condition now.
I'd say the Korean rotate this time.
That was
again.
A close one.
Yeah.
Soto attempt there. Oh, he looks, even the body language, the arms are dragging it and the knuckles are dragging on the floor. He really hasn't even got the energy to bring his hands up to defend himself.
Yes.
And the referee is going to call
There's
it.
that ominous signal again.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
I don't mean to make light of it because this is it's heartbreaking for someone to lose like this, but he's out of steam, I think. And
I think what was happening there, what was the biggest telltale sign, is that an athlete, a judoka, will be out with the defences high. The hands will be there, ready to go. What happened there is he just dropped, the arms dropped. And that just says you've really lost whatever was in that tank.
Look at that.
And it caught onto the two-sided far too long. He was hanging on.
That's it. When
But
you've got one side, you've got to go.
Great performance, though.
He has.
He has had a really good performance. And it'll be interesting seeing how that goes.
So Elias, Lebanon out in the 4th round.
And there we have the highlights of that very contest and that very throw. The drop fell over the back there, but again, look at the movement, how agile the Lebanese was.
So 2 more matches on mat 1 before the break until the finals block.
Yes. This was an absolute marathon, this mat.
Yes, the other 2 mats have been finished for some time now. And we have next up on the mat 1, the under 90 kilograms quarterfinal between Alexander Kukoli of Serbia and Altan Bagana Gantulga of Mongolia. Players in the race now. I'm not sure what's held them up coming down here.
Well, I think we've got a situation that obviously there's a certain amount of time scale between matches, isn't there? And these guys, when you look at Guak here, he's just come back up into the quarterfinals.
So it'll be a quick turnaround for Kwak.
So it's quite a bit of a turnaround.
Yes.
Plus he was in white and now he's in blue.
Yes.
So, but we've still, what's quite nice though, that the other mats have finished. We've still quite a lot of spectators waiting to see the last 2 rounds.
Yes, I think on previous days, Loretta, the matches have been finished more or less by between 1 and 2 o'clock, by 2 o'clock more or less.
But today we've got 3 weight categories where every other day we've had 2.
That's right.
So we've got 1 extra today and tomorrow.
So day 5 and 6, 3 weight categories to make way for the first time mixed teams event on day 7.
Exactly, yes. We have the first mixed team championships, and this is a build-up for the 2020 Olympic Games. So they've got a new set of rules, and that they're obviously going to work with those rules here at the World Championships, that they'll be reassessed and revised if required. But it is all about building up and preparing for the Olympic Games for the first ever mixed team championships.
So the first time you'll see 3 women and 3 men as a team competing against other teams of the same makeup.
Three men, 3 women in the mixed team. And do you know what? It's going to be very exciting. And could you imagine the atmosphere and that at the Olympic Games? I love a team event, I must admit. I really do love it. There's something special about team events that just brings people together and brings nations to just get on board with it, and I just love it. I just think it creates.
Yes, just gets people right behind the players, no matter what caliber the player or the experience.
And sometimes with an athlete's career, you can be a really good competitor, but you may never be an Olympic champion because of the weight category you are in, and you could be in that team, and you might not win your match, but your teammates win theirs.
Could still win a medal at the Olympics.
You could end up being an Olympic champion.
Wow.
But an Olympic team champion.
It's another chance
and
for that
it's another
pinnacle
chance, isn't it?
Sportsperson's dreams.
Yeah. And that's what all this is for, isn't it? That build-up to one day becoming an Olympic champion. And we've got quite a few participating in this tournament, this World Championships, that knows exactly what that is all about being an Olympic champion.
Got to say, if you never make it to the Olympics, coming to the World Championships is a pretty good second best. It's an incredible experience.
Oh, it's definitely. Yeah.
Can be harder event sometimes than an Olympic final.
Well, when you actually think about it here, the World Championships, you can get 2 in every weight category. So in some cases, in some of these weight categories, you've got 2 French, you've got 2 Japanese, you've got 2 Koreans. There's a lot that's doubled up in their country, so they've got a double stab at it. But in the Olympic Games, it's qualifications in your continent or qualification in the World Championships, and there's only 1 representative for 1 nation. So
if your judo happens to suit that situation, there's more of a chance.
Yeah. So here we have the quarterfinals of the under 90 kilos. Kukulijo representing Serbia in the white, and Gantulga representing Mongolia in the blue. Right, the first exchange of attacks came from the Serbian. Straight onto the attack into the Niwaza, looking to rotate his opponent over. The legs are dug in there deep. He's got the lapels. The Mongolian trying to defend down there, but as you can see, the Serbian working his way.
And he's good on the ground.
Needs to tie up the upper part of the body once more. It's a little bit loose there.
How many times have you said that, Loretta?
I know. If I had money for every time I said it, I'd be a millionaire. But no, I find it so frustrating because you think, well, if you haven't got hold of them, you put all that work in, and it isn't easy turning a body over that doesn't want to be turned over. So you do that knowing that you haven't actually secured anything to start with. Seems to be a pointless exercise. We have the Mongolian there just looking for the drop Sianagi, trying to lure. He's got the Sutemi, was the Tomanag, 2-footed.
The Mongolian's on the arm now.
Yeah.
But Serbian's not looking worried at all.
No. Well, obviously trying to give some real sound advice without looking frustrated or sounding it. The Serbian, as you can see, has got that sleeve grip controlling quite nicely. The left hand on the lapel. Oh, Shimata! Oh! Well, he just needed that sleeve pulled a little bit more and he would have been on his back, but a Wazari for the Serbian. A great start with 2 minutes remaining in this contest.
It's a great start. And
And let's see that. Well, he
You
had
know
the
he's dangerous in
sleeve.
groundwork too, so he's got the top, he's got the sleeve controlled across his body.
Had the
Over we
sleeve.
go.
He just didn't pull it out a bit deep enough.
Yeah.
If he'd only pulled it out a little bit more, he might have just had that for the ippon. But nevertheless, great height on that entry.
Yeah.
Once again, he controls the
What
Mongolians'
can Guntuga find
left
to
sleeve.
match that?
And that's obviously the secret, is controlling that left sleeve of the Mongolian, who looks pretty frustrated
Second time
right
he's
now.
gone across like that and looked very ineffective.
A minute and a half remaining in this contest. Well, the long limbs of the Serbian is too much for the Mongolian. He's trying to reach over quite high, leaving himself very much open and vulnerable. And the Mongolian looks over to his coach as if to say, what am I going to do next? I've tried everything else. Oh, a nice Ashiwaza there from the Mongolian. Ashiwaza attempts.
Doesn't seem to have the answers and
no, he's
looks
just
a bit tired in the grip contest.
Well, the Serbian has really just piled the pressure on him. He keeps that left sleeve, he draws the head down and he works the feet to draw in and break him down. The Mongolian looking a little bit frustrated, and he actually looks quite tired as well out there. You can see once more he's trying to get his left hand over the top and across. But the Serbian is doing extremely well tactically just to keep
holding
control.
And a drop down Satemi Waza by the Serbian. Now watch this. We know he's dangerous from this position.
Oh yes, he's got some nice niwaza. Tries to bring him
down.
down.
Oh, they stopped it. Too late. Well defended by the Mongolian. Nevertheless, 20 seconds remaining. One Wazari in it.
Well, I can't really see the Mongolian.
He's dropped.
Well, he's only got one. It's no Shidos on the board, so we can afford to give away now the Shidos. He's got 12 seconds to go. I don't see this changing much now, other than the Serbian picking up another score, because this is where they've got to change the chase. They've got to leave themselves open. Well, the Serbian takes a place in the semi-final.
Well played.
To the delight of that crowd. Even though there's a handful of them, they are very, very noisy, aren't they?
They're happy with that.
Yeah, I think so.
I can see one,
They're becoming
two,
as noisy
three,
as
four,
the
five.
Hungarians. The only difference is the Hungarians had a house full. The Serbians have only got 5. Well, that was definitely right from the word go. The Serbian dominated that match throughout. The Mongolian sadly didn't even get a look in this contest.
5 or 6 Serbian flags here in the crowd, waving jubilantly, I should say. And we'll be seeing this gentleman again this afternoon after 4 o'clock in the finals. One match remaining on mat 1. The quarterfinal between Mihail Zank of Slovenia and Dongdan Kwak of Korea.
And there's the highlight of that Uchimata. Lovely attack there. Elbow was just up in the air, lost a little bit of power there, but still those legs did the trick. So Slovenia in white, Zank, and Kwak representing Korea in the blues, coming up very shortly for the second quarterfinal of the men's under 90 kilos. This is the last match of this first half of the 5th day. And we've got some more exciting matches starting very soon at 4 o'clock. There's not much of a turnaround on this one today. And the crowd are enjoying themselves, and a couple of shy ones out there, as you can see.
A couple of different responses there. One lady
Definitely
lighting up, one other lady a bit more shy.
And an athlete going, well, I didn't realise I was on telly. A dad phoning home saying, well, do you know what, I'm on telly now. It's quite funny when you watch people and they realise they're on the screen.
Well, it's a bit daunting.
And there's the shy lot. Very shy, the Germans, aren't they?
Obviously feeling upbeat.
Well, it's been some really exciting, and the atmosphere here in this arena has been wonderful. And what's been refreshing is that the amount of supporters, how knowledgeable they are, and how supportive, not only just of their own, but the appreciation that they give to quality judo.
It's been a very fair crowd. They've applauded good judo when they've seen it. Obviously a sport that's very well appreciated in Hungary.
Yes, definitely.
Judging by the supporters and the visit by the head of state.
Yes.
I think the first day of competition, along with the Russian president and the Mongolian president. And I've noticed
we've got a
in
big
the evenings,
fan club, haven't we, from all over, these presidents all over the world.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one kissing each other and the other one's trying to fight each other. There's a
They're
judoka.
having a rematch over there.
That's a judoka in the making, isn't it? We'll be seeing him in about 12 years' time.
I thought he was thinking about a Siyanagi. Yeah, and the highlights on the local television at night, I've seen back at the hotel. Lots of action replay from the day's judo.
Really? Oh, that's
on the news and the local
good.
news.
Well, it's nice to see so many people enjoying themselves. And here we have.
So that's the end of the rest time, and now we have the last match.
Well, obviously, that for those out there wondering why there was such a delay, well, the athletes have a certain amount of time between matches, and Zank was just in the previous match, and it was a quick turnaround, and obviously had to change gears, but it also had to have that rest period before they go into what is really the ultimate next move, the quarterfinal, a vital position now to get into the semi-final, and a place for that ultimate award as the world champion, the gold medal that they've all come for.
And both these players have been very impressive on the way through.
Oh, definitely. They've been quite entertaining. Zank here in the white gi representing Slovenia, and you've got representing Korea, Guak in the blue. Nice strong grip there from the Korean, as you can see on the lapel. Sutemi Waza from the Slovenian. Good, strong attack
Positive
in
start.
the opening seconds of this contest.
Looks like he's left his nerves behind.
Yes.
And
well, as you can see, the Korean on the good, strong lapel grip. It's nice controlling. Both trying to desperately take that first grip, engage and control the pace of the contest. Sutemiwaza, again another good attack from the Slovenian, and he broke the balance and persevered with it.
What are you waiting to see? What way will they play this match?
Well, it's that sort of weight of anticipation of not knowing what's going to happen next. They've obviously followed each other's pathway to this pinnacle point, and they know their strengths and weaknesses. But it's, for me, when it gets to this stage, when both are so close, the champion is the one who's gutsy enough to just say, well, do you know what? I'm confident in what I'm capable of doing, and I'm going to go for it, regardless where they think they can block me or not. I know I can throw. And it's who has that confidence, who has the guts to just go for it. Because if you've got an athlete that's going for it because they just feel that they're ready and it's going to be theirs, and they take what they believe's theirs, that's a scary position to be on the. It's a scary position to be in on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, but both these players are confident too, so that's what makes it so interesting. It's really like who will make the mistake first, or who has the weakest strategy.
I see the Slovenian here. He's pointing him. Now you see the Korean here, and the body language now is saying the Korean is getting totally frustrated here. He hasn't put attacks in. The Slovenian is hitting him first. He's going for it. He might not be the best technician between the pair of them, but what he is, he's gutsy enough to take the first move.
That's right.
He's going out there to win this.
Do you think he's going to do this for the rest
of the match? He's not waiting to try and create an opportunity. He's going for it regardless. If there's an opportunity or not, he's going to try and take it. So for me, the Slovenian is sending out the right messages in this contest. And he continues. He's got the best opportunity of winning. Another Sutemiwaza with a Tominagi.
And we haven't seen the drop-down Sianagi or anything from the Korean. So he's frustrating the Korean. And now less than a minute to run.
And he's already one Judo down. There's no score, and that's always the danger, that you can do all this work and look so positive. But if you're not the best technician, you can't throw.
Except
but there's
for now,
a throw.
Surely that's a score.
That's it. Perfect timing. Under a minute. He's got 39 seconds. He can work down in the Niwaza tactically here, try and eat away at that clock. The timing couldn't have been more perfect.
What a good strategy by the
Well, he's earned this. He's earned this place in the semi-final. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, he's looking like he knows what he's doing, and he's comfortable.
Now, Guak, he's got good judo. That's just got his goat up. He's now angry. He knows that he's down and he's got to chase.
15 seconds.
And he's going to put some good attacks in. Why didn't he do that before? Why wait when he was then on the receiving end of a Wazari and with 8 seconds to go?
Yes.
He was always capable of throwing, but he didn't do it. The one that was brave enough to do it was the Slovenian. So Zach, for me, deserves to be in that semi-final.
I don't like giving away penalties for no reason. He could easily avoid that and go circular rather than walk straight out twice. Yeah. No, you've got to watch that.
Well, the thing is, he's trying to steal it. He should have gone out to try and win it. If he'd gone out to try and win it at the beginning, I honestly believe the Korean possibly could have won that. But he didn't come out with the right frame.
Didn't have the winning attitude or the approach, did he?
No. The Slovenian came out
with the plan and executed the plan by the look.
Definitely, yeah. He had a plan to what he was out to do.
So not a spectacular quarter-final to finish off the preliminary.
But it was a good win, and it was another side of what judo's all about. There was a real tactical flair to that. And he kept his composure and he kept to the plan. He worked to the best of his ability. I believe that really the Korean, based on performances today, most probably had the better judo. But that was a great performance, knowing that.
But the Korean didn't perform his best, you could say, in this match.
Well, I think he got himself so frustrated and just literally thought, you don't know who I am, and
lost
I
the
want my
concentration
grip,
here.
and dummy got
Allowed the
spat
Slovenian
out.
to do this
Yeah.
in the last minute.
Great match. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this part of the session as much as we have, and that you will join us at 4 o'clock, where we will be watching the semi-finals and the repecharges of the 90s, the under 78s and the under 70 kilos for women at 4 o'clock. So from myself, Loretta Cusack-Doyle, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you later.